Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is it too early? Is it too early? I'm sorry. Is it too early? Too early? Too early? No, it's not too early. It's time to wake up. What is this combo stuff, dude? I don't know what the hell that is. I don't get it. They added this and I have no idea what it is. I probably should go check my email, see if I qualified for some beta test program or something. You know Alex likes it, but you knew what I was playing. You knew what I was playing. You knew what I was playing, Midge. And demonetized. Yep. The community bid is like throwing money at a stripper. Oh. You're now moving to New Zealand in February. Look at you moving to New Zealand. Isn't that great? That was Australian, but whatever. They sound the same to me. I don't care. For mechanical engineering. Make sure make sure you make the right modifications to the A2 scope, Midge, okay? All right? We're going to do space news this evening? Yes, we are. But we got to go out in the shop. I got to finish with what. Hello, Lev. Okay. Shop time. Beef jerky time? You want some beef jerky? Earth. Haven't seen her in years. What is this? What is that? I got a piece of Taito's scuzz right there. Alright, cool. We good. What's going on? Master of Puppets? Oh. We gotta be careful with Metallica, you know. Or else James Hetfield will come and kick me in the nuts. I forget how the song goes, but it's you got to downstrum it, so like. End the passion play, crumbling away. I'm your source of death construction. And Red Dead demonetized. All right, we're back on the car. Let's go. That's what we want it to look like. That is the end goal. I've been able to use a very fancy computer modeling program to give me the car, to make the car look like exactly what I want. It's too big. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I'll give you 3 guesses what show I've been watching. Cool. Sweet. Good. Shop time. Let's go. Is it going to work? Hey, Mac, did it work? Did it work? Ah! Oh, there it goes. All right. Forget about those modifications on your A2 scope. Stand by for lost signal from the office as expected. You wore out so many Masters of Puppets tapes. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, be right back. You thought you heard Paranoid? Oh, you thought right. You thought right, boy. I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy. Gladder than any man. I got to go take a piss. No, sorry. I think those are the lyrics, right? Shooba-dabba-dooba-dabba. Alright, it always takes a second to pop out the YouTube chat. Mike is okay, but unfortunately your voice is coming through. And unfortunately you're chatting. Wow. Yeah, see, two can play at that game. Oh, EJ said a bad word. Oh no. Hey, Alleviate, I stepped away for a little, had some personal stuff. Only just caught up on the NASA administrative thing. Also, progress on the car. Wow. Yeah, man, it's coming along. Yeah, the Isaacman thing kind of sucks. That kind of sucks, but a lot. All right, here, sync test. Sync test. Wow. Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. No problem. So, driving my Tesla. I love you. Wow. Yeah, all right, we'll give it a quick reset. Alleviate. Yeah, hey. Sends love out, dude. Anyway, crew cab. So I did what I said I was gonna do. I got some good stuff here. How's the sync now? Live streaming X, nice. No problem. Driving my Tesla. I love you. Still bad? Okay. Still bad. Damn. I was gonna. Don't you screw with me like that, man. Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. No problem. I love you. Wow. Guy's my hero, man. All right, so I might do a dad joke today. You might want to prep your ears. You're not allowed to do dad jokes. You can't do dad jokes. You don't even have a wife or a husband, whatever. We don't judge. It's fine. So check this out. Look at, oh, look at this. Look at it. Look at how angry it is. What are you suggesting? You can't make dad jokes because you don't have a significant other. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting, I'm implying there's a difference. Read the eyes. You don't? I'm trans. And Midge, if I gave a frick, I would have banned you a long time ago. But you're still here. So I don't know what that says about me. Probably that I don't give a frick. I care about machines, and spacecraft accessories. Anyway, that looks like something that's after your eyes. Yeah, it says stainless, max 20,000 RPM, wear eye protection. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. What about Bremo? If we gave a frick, we wouldn't be in this business, Midge. Like, out of all the hills to die on, that's the one? Nah, I'm good. I got bigger fish to fry. Like Mars, bitches. Red rocks. So we also got this nice cup thing. See? Look. Hey. How you doing? Ooh, smells great. You know you can get a wire wheel for a weed eater now. Got to try that out. Nice. I think he was saying that you care about space cars and what about Bremo? But I knew I was included. It's a given, lady. What are you, crazy? It's a freaking given. I don't even need to say that. What's the goal? What are you working on today? Don't sniff the wire wheel. I'll lick it. I don't give a frick. No, anyway. Sorry. Can you tell I got a lot of sleep? This is EJ when EJ gets a lot of sleep. Gas turbine powered lawnmower. You can't tempt me with a good time. You licked the Falcon 9 booster in Houston. Wendy, you're interested in Venus. Venus is particularly interesting. No, EJ's had coffee. Yep. He did say accessories. A man doesn't call his wife an accessory. A man doesn't call himself +1. Anyway, all right. Just got to keep trucking or keep welding in your case. Okay, so what are we working on? We got to figure out what's good with the frame rails. Yeah, there you go, Alleviate. I licked a Family Mart chicken fillet. That's fair. Oh, Graham. Graham doesn't know what Family Mart is. You're missing out, bud. All right. Anyway. Am I a disgrace to Graham Kine? That was okay. All right, I'll give that to you. That was pretty funny. All right, let's get the camera set. All the lights are charged. So, yeah, we got to patch that frame rail today. I was very conflicted about this. Chat tried to sway my opinion, but they tried to sway my opinion with buying a new frame rail, which is, once again, that's probably the right move, but I'll repair it. I don't feel like changing that. So I'm going to put my new welding and welding accessories over here. So Graham 1, why aren't you a welder? It's kind of like in your name. Like, what's that about? Is the microphone receiver charged? It is reading a full battery, but I have it into a brick battery just in case. Hey, it's early. Hey, Peter. Oh, yeah, got a good night's sleep. You weld, FYI. I don't believe you. Frick you. No. Frick you. Okay. All right, let's flip the camera over here. So we are working on... Last night, the last thing that we did was I rust converted everything in there. And let's take a look and see how this all came out here. A new frame rail would be smart. I'm not confident that if I put a new frame rail in, Stuart, that I'd ever be able to get it right. We'd never be able to. That's like the point of no return, man. The frame rails are like the root part of this, to speak in Kerbal terms. It's the root part. Rerouting is difficult in Kerbal. It screws stuff up in KSP, and guess what? It would screw stuff up here. I'd prefer to just reinforce the balls out of that frame rail, or just patch it and reinforce it. So yeah, one mouse nest is what got this thing, which really, really sucks. One freaking mouse nest, dude. All right, so there's a bunch of different ways we could go about doing this. I mean, anything from replacing the entire damn rail, right, to,
just doing a plate over that. Guys, I want to cut the rust out. At least the parts that are really, really thin. I want to cut them out. Yeah, I want to get the grinding wheel out, and I want to zip those right out of there. And then we'll go about replacing it from there. Now, here's where, okay, all right, full disclosure, I'm pretty sure I huffed too much paint yesterday and welding fumes. I had a massive migraine for the rest of the night. I absolutely could not think straight. So before I do that, I'm going to open up the garage door. I had an insanely bad migraine last night. Yeah, once again, fairly confident from huffing paint. That's you know, that's not really a good thing. Yeah, I couldn't think straight. What I was trying to say last night, I couldn't figure out a way I wanted to do this. Everybody's like, just play it, just play it, just play it. Yeah, I was trying to get it right in my head. If I don't get it right in my head, it doesn't happen, right? So, what I want to do is cut all the rust out. But this is what I was trying to say last night. I couldn't say it right. I couldn't articulate it. If we cut that part of the frame rail out, I'm thinking do some bracing, temporary bracing on the rail flanges to keep everything nice, to be absolutely sure that everything is nice and happy under there. See, I'm thinking of your car like a steam engine. Well, Stuart, yeah. The body is integral to the structure in this design. That's what a unibody is. But yeah, the rails don't play as much of a structural characteristic as they would on a framed car, but we still need to make them strong. So what I think I want to do, Quatley, what's going on? Oh, is that a Swedish chef emote? Bjork, 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 bjork. All right. So what I think I want to do with this, dudes, is is brace the rail. A lot of temporary bracing on the rail, just to make sure nothing moves. All right. We'll brace it on the sides. We brace it on the top. I'm not sure how we're going to do a brace on the bottom. Right. Do you have anything else for ventilation? A few fans. There's a fan behind my paint booth right there. You can't really see it. And also you could see the 97 out there, but yeah, here, see? If I move my paint booth, yeah, see, there's a fan. Keep in mind, overweld welding is the hardest. Putting yourself in a position where you're welding from below is going to be really tough. Yeah, I got you. I know you weren't yelling. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah, I know overhead welding is terrible. But, I mean, I don't know. We've gotten this far, so we might as well send it. Okay, so like I said, I got to think about this. We got to think about how we want it. Like, temporary bracing might be a good idea. It's just all that pitting, dude. If I put a brace in the frame rail channel, what are we welding it to? There's nothing really to weld it. There's nothing to weld to it there. Also, I got to take the trunk cross member out. I put it in there for motivation. There's no, and this is, I think this is what Bonsai Banana was trying to say. There's a guy that's like last night in chat, just replaced the frame rail, and he wasn't wrong. I'm just not sure I'm technically competent enough to finish that job. Anyway, so the sides, how does your nozzle fit inside? It'll fit in there. Yeah, we could go to the sides. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I could probably do it. There is some pinholes, can't see me, on the left wall of the frame rail over here. And I think I might be able to build up enough weld to weld it up on the sides. The right side wall is pretty cracked. I mean, down the bottom, you know. Once again, there was a mouse nest there, and it trapped all that water, and that's why it's so pitted in there. That's why the metal is all scaly. See, yeah. I'm thinking. I didn't have much time to think about this last night. One, because my head was killing me, and two, because I fell asleep. Yeah, I'll get it, can't see me. I'm thinking about the way I want to do it. It's not that we haven't figured out ways that it can't be done. I'm thinking about the way I want to do it. I think, you know, if anything, the conversations we were having last night, despite me being high as a kite, not on purpose, that wasn't on purpose. I really need to paint near the door. And, you know, we need to get good ventilation with the welder. It really was more about thinking about the way, like, so I'm thinking about what the frame rail does. And maybe, you know, rubber ducking chat. We up early today? We are up early today. Rubber ducking chat is probably a good way to do this. Okay, so the frame rail is basically a bridge from the front and back perch on the suspension. And when a car goes around corners, the solid axle is going to do this. So you're going to compress and decompress the leaf springs, right? And that, like, if you're going straight and you're compressing both leaf springs because the car is accelerating, that's putting this type of force on the frame rail. It's up-down force, right? But if the car is going around a corner, right, what you're doing is putting lateral force into the frame rails. So the frame rails are doing this when that happens. The reason why is because the leaf spring perches are on the outsides of the frame rails. So the frame rails are going to bend back and forth. Don't get me wrong, they're not going to bend a lot. The force is designed to be absorbed through the rest of the car. Even the outside, like even the quarter panels, the thing's designed to flex when it drives. That's the whole point of a unibody. You don't need to use as thick metal for the main structure of the car because you use thinner metal overall all around, right? You use sheet metal. Instead of building a gigantic frame rail, you can use sheet metal to make the entire body of the car. So what do we need to worry about with the frame rails? We need to worry about the frame rails doing this, right? And we need to worry about the frame rails doing this, right? Those are the two big ones. We have to worry about torsional forces being introduced to the frame rail, right? So left, right, and then up, down. That's pretty much it. There's no forward and back force with the frame rail because it's going to be really strong on that axis anyway because it's a long C-channel of metal going back and forth. So the forward to back loads, the frame rail's doing this. We don't need to worry about too much. A really easy way to explain that is the car is really long. So the frame rails aren't they're not gonna shift forward back. They really will shift left, right, and then they'll do this, right? That's really important to understand, right? That's what I was trying to say. We have to take that into account no matter how we do this. We have to brace it. We have to plate it. Frameless and shameless. Yeah, right? I want frame rails to do this, not this, right? So we have to worry about torsion. We have to worry about the frame rails actually twisting. I'm going to do that not lined up with my mouth, okay? And then we need to worry about them bending like this. Rubber ducky, you're the one. I'm going to do that over here, right? So that's the kind of stuff that I'm wondering about. Here, I can show you exactly what I mean. So like you're looking down the long axis of the frame rail. What we're worried about is that. See? So that's torsion. That would be semi-torsional like this. And then we're worried about the frame rails doing this. It's up and down forces as well. Now up down we do not have nearly as much play here, which tells me the frame rail is pretty strong. But left right, see? The torsional forces that get put on this thing were a little bit compromised. I don't like that. So, how do we deal with torsional forces here? Well, torsion forces, the bottom of the frame rail, the U shape at the bottom is what prevents torsion, okay? If you have a solid U shape like this, it's gonna be harder to twist the entire rail. And then the flanges on the top are basically gonna, not triangulate the whole thing, but provide rigidity. That's more surface area, including the bottom frame rail channel and the frame rail flange that gets introduced to torsional load. Anything that's, long story short, anything that's flat here is gonna help us with torsion. Anything that's this way is gonna help us with up-down, like what I was telling you about. And it's gonna help you with the frame rail bowing, doing this. Bending up like that. So we need to introduce more flat surface in there. That's really important. You're thinking frame rails like a steam engine. Oh, a steam engine has a frame. It has a chassis that the boiler and everything sits on, Stuart. This camera. It has a boiler and everything that sits on a chassis. This doesn't do that. So, Stuart, think about it like this. How this car is made would be like a steam engine with a boiler that's integral to the structure. So the boiler is your structure. The boiler and the firebox is the structure. Like, think about it. So, like, if you're doing that with a steam engine with a boiler, you'd have to make the boiler out of slightly thicker metal, right? But because it's structurally integral, you don't have to, you can save a lot of metal by making your rails even smaller. You don't need to make them out of thickness of metal. That's what unibody does. That's why cars are made with unibodies, because you can use thinner metal and you can do stampings. You can stamp out all the metal on a big stamping press and then just weld it all together. Like, you can make parts on a stamping press. This was made with like 4 stamping presses, but that's another story. Does this car also run on frying oil? No. Trey, what's up, man? Just registered for college classes. Hopefully next 4 years go well. You'll be fine, dude. Hey, Pony, what's going on? I don't know, man. Maybe buying a new one would be the best idea. I'm just not sure I would ever be able to get it right. I can rebuild the structure in this, guys. So, like, what I would want to do is cut a section of that frame rail out, the curved section, with the U channel. I don't want to weld at the seams, okay? So, like, if this is the U, here, let me get you a close camera. Okay, so if this is the U of the frame rail, right? It's important that the armpits of this, so to speak, are nice and aligned. I don't want to seam weld in the corners, because then, you know, you could potentially get this. I don't want that. So what we could do is do some internal structure in there to bridge the U when we plate it. Does that make sense? Hey, Wounded. You have the skills to do either. It's really just, do you want to spend the money and save time, or save money and spend more time? Yeah. Smelloscope engaged. I don't smell. Man. Can't wait to get punched in the face by calculus classes. Yeah, you'll be fine. How did this car not fall apart or just bend after this much rust? I don't know. I can't figure that one out. Some structural engineering that, frankly, is beyond my level of comprehension, Graham. They made it pretty good. I don't think they were thinking that this car was going to last a half freaking century, right? But they made it pretty damn good for the time. Yeah, like I said, I don't think they thought it was going to last this long. I got punched. 04 says, Trey, 04 says in the YouTube chat that he got punched in the face by calculus, and he made it this long. I wonder how a modern car would survive this long. Maybe. How many miles per gallon do you reckon it gets? All right, Graham, good night. You're the Mr. Beast of car rescue. You need fill time. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's probably like 12 city, if I had to guess. Alleviate. Probably 12 city, and then maybe 18 to 20 highway. Yeah, probably 18 to 20 if you don't romp on it. It actually probably is more like 15 to 18. But it does have a highway gear in it, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we messed with the gearing in the rear end and we put a better transmission in this thing, that's not a 3-speed automatic, maybe we could do a little bit better. I'm trying to research applications for transmissions in this car. It's something I've been doing on the side while we're doing all the fixing. I've been trying to research different applications for transmissions in this car that'll fit in the stock trans tunnel that aren't a 3-speed. But 3-speed with a highway gear is okay. It's not bad. What speed does it do death wobble? 75 to 80 miles an hour is when it starts to pick the rear end up. This car lives at 65, 70. You go above that, it'll start skitching around. Can confirm. Just like summer car. Wendy, you just looked up a 69 Coronet 7.2 liter. Well, that's the 440. That's the big block. I don't have a 7.2. I have a 5.2. It's the medium-sized engine, not the big one, unfortunately. If this was the big one, this car would be worth more money. All right, guys, I have to take a dump. I'll be right back. Sorry. This is normally when I'm checking the YouTube comments section on my videos. I'll be right back 1 second, okay? Yeah, I'm sure you needed to know that information. I'm positive you needed to know that information. I gotta go take my morning dump. I'll be back in 5 minutes. You know what sucks? Taking a shower and then having to do this. It's a pain in the butt. Literally. Gotta relax, don't force it. You're gonna blow an O-ring. Yeah, you gotta blow an O-ring. We'll battle this together, brother. Did you wash your hands? Did you wash your hands? Yeah, of course. And then I fast orange to be absolutely sure, because I don't like the smell of the soap in there. Wendy, so the 69 Coronet with a 5.2, 318 would likely get around 10 to 12. Is that not what I said? 10 to 12 city. You're back so fast. Are you sure you washed your hands? Would I put my hand to my nose like this if I didn't wash my hands? I washed my hands. I don't like not washing your hands, dude. You get the stank on your hands. You go wash your hands after you go to the bathroom. This is ridiculous. Yes! Some of you have some weird hobbies. My hobby is working on my car. I mean, but you know, it's 2025. You do you, I guess. Just do what you like. Just do what you like. Wendy, Venus gives us the opportunity to look at what might happen on Earth, especially if people keep buying real big trucks that get the same 10 to 12 miles per gallon. Hey, Wendy, remember, the exhaust that comes out of this, plants like that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's no plants on Venus, but there's plants here. You got to give Earth a little bit more credit. It's, what is it, 6 billion years old? Or 4.5 billion years old? Give Earth a little more credit than that. It's a pretty resilient structure. Like, not that we should go screwing around with it, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure a volcano or a meteor is going to do that for us, whether we have a choice in it or not. But just remember, this is not that big of a deal comparatively. There's a bit of desync. And I just went to the bathroom. The bathroom must have desynced it. We must be in a different timeline now. I'll be right back, 1 second. Isolated, you got to get to washing a car, heading out to a car show later. What are you taking? Remember, you want climate change, look at Chicxulub. Chicxulub changed our atmosphere something fierce, but life still survived. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't be going and recording this scientific data. Oh, absolutely. Duh. Why would we not do that? Earth observation, planetary observation, planetary geology, that's really important to go and understand. Because, yeah, we can find our place better, and then we can know how much we can do this before actually screwing something up. It's a good idea. Also, I don't bark up people's trees that need trucks. Some people need trucks, like if you work on a farm, you need trucks, all right? Some people just like having trucks to have trucks. But see, even my trucks, I put them to use, because I don't live in the city no more. Not washing your hands after poop, call it desync. I'll leave it now. Element, not you two, you putz. Oh, getting to work. All right, so what I want to do is I want to make a new U channel here for this thing. I don't know how we're going to do that, but let me think about this for a second. So the point is that the U part of the frame rail, the bottom part here. Let me get over here. Oh, okay. Actually, let me use the old. I'll use the old frame rail as a guide here. It's a little rusty, but see, this is the part that you really need to worry about. This part right here. See the U? That's really important, or else the thing will be able to do this. It'll be able to bend. See, the U makes it really strong. It makes it impossible to bend the top from the bottom like that. See that? Right? My mom tried to buy me a truck. I declined. I'm like, why I don't need a fancy truck or anything. I just need something that works. Graham, I understand the need to make it on your own. Very much. Do that when you're in your late 20s. If somebody offers you a truck at your age, you say yes. Okay? Ray, when someone says, "Are you a god?" you say yes. What do you need a truck for? To move. To move around. Don't try to be noble right now. No, don't try to do that. You need wheels. You need wheels to achieve what you want to do in your life. If it's free, accept it. I can speak to being weird about this. People give me money on the internet. Okay? It's weird. Learn to accept it. Okay? Getting help when you're 18, 19, 20 is not a bad thing. Okay? Getting help when you're 28, 29, 30, should probably had stuff figured out by now. But look, you're young. Just if your mom wants to score you an old beater truck, do it. An old Ford Ranger, S10, sure. They get 30 miles to the gallon, and it's a truck. So, if the U channel, all right, so this part right here on the frame rail is, I mean, it's like this. It's toast, right? This is the back of the frame rail that we cut off yesterday. We still need to replicate this section, but that's another story. So the U channel we got to replace. But if we're going to cut it out, I don't want to plate it. I want to make the U. So that would be very easy, right, if it was just this, if it was a straight frame rail. But that part of the frame rail curves up, all right? So we're going to have to think about playing origami here, okay? So I have to make a piece of metal that's a U, right? We have to take into account that the frame rail actually gets bigger in that part of the frame, right? We got to take that into account. We know yesterday from our bends that we need to allocate 1/8 of an inch for the bend with 16-inch gauge steel. That'll give us the proper radius to replicate the Mopar stampings, okay? We figured that out yesterday from patching the back end of the frame rail, which is good. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't take a picture of that finished product. Document. There's a really good Johnny Kim interview on NPR today. Check it out if you get a chance. Will do. Hell yeah. If you get that 440, what about a 727 with gear vendors? Yeah, 727 with gear vendors would be great. Rarest. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Hey, Flip, what's going on, man? So, we got to take into account that the frame rail curves up. We also got to take into account that the sidewalls have a differential distance apart. So we got to make the U piece, right? Which is going to be a little bit difficult to make. And then on top of everything, we got to bend it upright. But we know that my apostrophe dolly here, this is approximately the angle that the frame rail bends up at. We know that. So this is a solid piece of metal that you use to form metal, right? So what I could do, make the U channel, put the apostrophe in the U channel, put the bottom of it in the vise, and then bend it with a hammer and dolly, which is probably heating it and cooling it and heating it and cooling it. I want that U channel. I think everyone can agree that if I don't plate it and we actually replace that section of frame rail, especially like the bottom section from here over, so like this part, we replace the U part of it to an extent, we'll be fine. That will restore structural integrity to the frame rail. And that's why the reason why people are saying just buy a new one is because that's a lot of work. That's involved. Making a piece like that from hand, that's involved. I don't care. I like that. I'd rather it be that way. Because then I put the time in and I know that frame rail is going to be fine. What about wrinkles from the bending? Well, we'd have to cut slits in the parts of the U. We have to cut angles, right? You got to cut an angle. If we cut it at certain angles, we can bend it up and then we can weld the tabs of it together and then place it and then seam weld the whole thing. This is an involved process. It's going to be hard to make this. That's why people replace frame rails. If we want to truly restore structural integrity, we replace the U and then plate. If we plate on top of the U, this thing's stronger than a replacement frame rail. The problem is that takes time. But I was thinking about this. Last night I was like, you know, I'd rather we just replace the frame rail and save some time, blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. The whole reason for this is to work on welding and fabrication skills. That's the whole point. That is the point why we're doing this to this car. I want to get better at fabrication. I want to get better at welding. So let's do it. Fair? $3,500 RPM at 65 on a big block hurts. Yep. Can you weld straight pieces to bridge the rusted gap? Sure, Swillfish. Yeah, of course. We could put bridging in there. I could take some of my metal strapping, or not metal strap. No problem. Driving my Tesla. I have 1/4-inch tube that we could brace up in here like this, in there. We could brace that all up in there. That'll never break. If anything, this will really stiffen the damn thing up. So like I could cut it, we could cut the dang thing to fit in here and put it down in here somewhere, zap it on the top and the sides, all the way up in there, and that'll keep the frame rail nice and strong. That with the replaced U-channel seam welded in, that's over-engineering it. That's way over-engineering it. But that's what I think we should do. Can you wear a welding apron while doing this, and only a welding apron? Nobody wants to see that, Nine. No, nobody wants to. Nobody wants to see that. Ain't nobody want to see that. Shogun, use boards from and shape metal around boards. Sure. What's with the comments today? I put myself in the IRL category on Twitch just to see. We're not in science and technology. I put us in IRL, so that might happen. That might happen, dudes. All right, so let's get to stepping. First thing I'm going to do is clean up this frame rail. I want to clean it up on the sides. I want to get the original undercoating off. Really clean it up and see exactly what we need to work with here. Yeah, you can check out my OnlyVans if you want to see stuff like that. ejsa.space/onlyvans. It's NSFW. It's not safe for wrenches. We got all kinds of vans. We got vans with the back door open. We got vans that bounce. We got vans that have the side door open. We got vans with the hood up. Topless vans. We got vans with big rims. We got vans with a lot of modification. We got big vans. We got skinny vans. We got thick vans. We got all kinds of stuff. ejsa.space/onlyvans. It's not safe for wrenches, though. Careful. Audio is off again. Damn it. What is it? What is with this thing today? All right, I'll be right back. We need more vans on there? Yeah. Hello. Are we back? Are we back? All right. I got to figure out that delay if we're going to do this more, but we'll get to that. All right. So, I have my stainless steel, we have the stainless wheel here, right? We're going to put this bad boy to the test today. All right, so let's get the jacket on, because I got a feeling that this stainless steel thing is going to shoot shrapnel of stainless steel all over the place. So, you know, delay is bad again? Refresh the stream. I generally lurk, but everyone seems to keep calling it a U channel. Isn't it a C channel? What am I getting wrong? I'm calling it a U channel. Canonical head. It's C channeled steel, but it's a C channeled steel that's going up. So a C that goes up, U. It's not the right terminology. I'm using it to teach new people about this stuff. I know it's not the right terminology, and I know people would make a big deal out of that. Refreshed, it's still bad. Still desynced. All right, give me 1 second, dudes. Why did the mic mute itself? I restarted OBS, the mic started muted. Oh, this computer's junk, dude. This computer is junk. It's old. That's what the problem is. All right. I think this is end sign. I can't get a new computer out here. Sorry, I put all my money into the car. Oops. Okay. Let's get to this. I'm going to get a glove here. Now, I generally don't use gloves with spinning things. That's not a good thing. But if we want to put that stainless steel wire wheel on, we got to... I'm going to take the cutting disc off. Put the cutting disc and the chuck in the welder. It's not a chuck, it's just a bracket. And then, oh yeah. Oh, dude. $999. Does Mars Regolith provide any useful medium raw materials for basic welding? The reason why Mars is red is because the surface is rusty, like this car. Mars has a coat of iron oxide in it because the gases on the surface are mostly CO2. It's an oxidization, and CO2 oxidizes things. So yeah, of course, Mars has a lot of raw materials. There's iron ore there. Sure, you could make iron on Mars. I would kind of hope in the future that maybe we could find some coal there or something, or carbon. I mean, there is carbon, but I don't think there's coal. I mean, we don't know for sure, but I mean, scientists are pretty sure that there's not, which is fair. So we need to WD-40 Mars. Yeah. Point is that there's a lot of iron. It's just iron oxide, at least on the surface. You could, I don't know, forgive me, shows my lack of understanding here. I don't know if there's a process for chemical, like, can you separate iron oxide? It sounds like an energy intensive process, but I'm no chemist. You kind of need dead plants for coal. Could be, there could be dead plants in the surface. I mean, Mars doesn't have any topsoil. There's no nutrients in it. It's just all fill dirt and iron oxide. You're not going to grow plants in that without the nutrients, without plant nutrients. Giant thermite ball, yeah. I mean, maybe we should send a guy with a shovel and go find out. What if they dug down a couple inches off the surface of the moon and found orange rocks. The orange rocks were from leftover volcanic activity. But the point is that we are figuratively only scratching the surface of the moon, and we've basically drilled about this far into the surface of Mars. Now, don't get me wrong, with advances in modern science, we have a pretty good understanding of probably what Mars is made up of, But I'm not going to be fully convinced until we send a guy with a shovel that can dig a hole, or send an excavator that can dig a frigging hole, right? Like, we have a pretty good idea what Mars and the moon and everything is made out of. But we probably would have a better idea if we sent somebody there with a shovel, considering the last time we did that in 1972, we learned a lot about the moon. Just saying. Just putting it out there, just food for thought. Okay, so let me get you guys some good lighting. Good 3/4 view here. There we go. Starship is a good excavator. Remember IFT1. Yes, yes, yes. If you drill 6 inches into Earth, you wouldn't be that impressed. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, Mark. Drilling 6 inches on the surface here on Earth means nothing. You're not going to be able to predict the entire geological composition of the whole planet from digging 6 inches down. What I'm saying is that we need Mars well, not anthropologists. We need Mars archaeologists and well, not archaeologists either. We need geologists out there. We got to dig. We got to do like a borehole on Mars if you really want to understand that stuff, to validate your predictions from like satellites and planetary observation. And this, remember how I always say that the science and the human exploration programs at NASA need to be intertwined? There you go. You want to put any skeptics to bed? There you go. All these people that say, oh, there might be life on Mars. I saw aliens. Look, there was a civilization on Mars. If you drill a hole and you figure out the exact composition of Mars, you can prove that once and for all. But we don't want to do that for some reason. It's weird. That's what I mean about programs commingling. They have to, or else they're easy bait for cancellation. Gee, that's weird. Ow, ow. Who put this tube here? Damn you! Damn you, tube! There. Okay. All right. Are we on the right camera? All right, let's see what this frickin' thing can do. Once again, if people are worried about not using gloves, I don't use gloves with spinny things. If the glove catches on that, my finger's going with it, and I don't want that. I would rather just a cut on my finger than my finger being not there. All right, so I'm gonna get in on this side of the frame rail. We're gonna clean it up. I wanna see what's under here, just in case, so we can find the full extent of the rot. Should get the respirator. I forgot the respirator, damn it. We put all this bracing here. This is such a pain in the butt to get in and out of. Are you kidding me? The angle grinder cord got wrapped around my foot. Okay. Phone, wallet, keys. Phone, wallet, keys. Phone, wallet, keys.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Holy shnikey, Stuart. Stuart gifted 20 subs. Thank you. I can't come out to show how happy I am, but I'm under a car. So, all right, let's go.
Damn, this thing is good at getting this stuff off. That's way better than the wire wheel. Holy crap. You'd have probably a... Dude, that's like as good as sandblasting. This thing is nuts. I love this thing. This stainless steel mother trucker. Now, guys, I know we're working over there. I mean, we're here. This takes this stuff off super fast, so I'm just going to clean the rest of the frame rail on the inside channel while we're here. Just to be absolutely sure there's no more caca in here. Hang on, I gotta make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Oh yeah, you can. Cool. Wow, this frame rail is a lot nicer than I thought it was. This thing is perfect. Look at that. Except for that freaking crap over there, the damn mouse. Oh, dude. Okay, guys, don't lie. Is this very satisfying? Is this like pressure washing stuff satisfying? You tell me. I think it is. Holy hell. Okay, we got a little bit of a pinhole right there. That's about it though. And then another one back here a little bit. But dude, that thing is mint. Look at this. The vast majority of this is perfect. All right. Dude, that's so good, man. Look at this thing. You can still see the original marks that the stamping press made. That's pretty sick. I missed a spot right there. Hey, you missed a spot. Should probably shine the light on it. That probably would help. Wow. Can you guys see the lines right here? That's the lines from the stamp, from the stamping process. Because it stretched the metal there. It leaves stretch marks. Like me when I eat too much. Okay, good. Sweet. Should get the other side now. Yeah, we'll get it the other side. Clean this fricker up. Let's just clean the whole damn thing. Just so we can, yeah, see there's a little, I don't know if you guys can see that. It might be in the way. There's a little pinhole there. Little pinhole there. Other than that though, this thing is pretty damn solid. Sweet. Let's get the other side while we're here. I did get all the, oh wait, I missed a spot. Hold on. I missed the spot on the bottom of the rails. Man, there's so much undercoating up in there. Hold on, a little bit more. Dude, look at this rail. Really not bad, man. Yeah. Just got to fix this abomination up here. Cool. All right, let's get at the other side, dudes. Let me check chat for a second, too. Looks good, Goat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You can see the lines, dudes? Yeah. Isn't that cool? That's from the stamping process. Those lines that are kind of going diagonal. This freaking thing started as a flat sheet of metal, and a huge stamping press went boom and stamped it out. And those are the stretch marks in there. You can see them. They're lines that are kind of going that way. Hey, Techno. What's up? Better than use the brass wire wheel. Yeah. Can't see the lines, can you, Russ? And the stainless wheel is better for where welding isn't needed. I noticed that this is good at getting gunk and rust off. Can't see me, but it's not very good at polishing the surface. So we'll have to go at it with the cupped wire wheel and go from there. This thing has got poo-poo all over it. I know you shouldn't do this. Forgive me. I gotta put like a plate in front of this or something. All right, well, a lot of this is already good, but we'll get after it. Booster 16 is stacking right now. Dude, happening level. There's only a little bit of scale here that we have to get. This is, we know this is all good. We're all good to about that hole. From that hole forward is really what we got to polish, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, you can see some of the undercoating is still right there. I'll get at it. You guys can understand me, right? I don't just sound like Kenny from South Park. Vanilla paste! Vanilla paste! Vanilla paste! Vanilla paste! Oh, here it comes! Oh, it's going to be a rock! All right, here we go. Oh, yep, I found another pinhole. Nice. We're getting there, dudes. We're getting there. Nice. All right, just got to get from about here to about there, then we're good. I know I'm being a wimp about this. My hand's starting to get tired. Let your power through. Almost there. Almost there. All right, just go over. There's some spots that I missed real quick. Frame rail's pretty good, man. Just this one spot. We'll fix it. It's okay. Okay. All right, how's she look to you guys? That looks pretty good, man. All right, I gotta vacuum up, dude. There is schmutz everywhere all over the floor. Look at that. Holy balls. That's a lot of schmutz. First, it's pretty good, right? Yeah, it's Mars regolith. That's what it is.
I need some fresh air real quick. Wow. That, there's a lot of schmutz. That's a lot of schmutz. That'll be $8, baby. You want fries with that? I think I inhaled too many paint fumes last night, Noswolf. With this tool, you can remove the rust from your entire vehicle. Why would I want to get rid of the car? Whole thing's rust, man. Yeah, I think I just inhaled too much welding fumes. All right, I'm putting the jacket over here, letting that air out for a second. I'm gonna open the door. There's the truck. All right. I know you have welding to do, but are you going to put pour 15 on the bits you just cleaned off to prevent rust in the areas you're not working on in the meantime? I'll steel it. I'll hit it with steel it weld through the steel it primer. All right. But in the meantime, it's time to suck. Commence operation. Knock over everything. And then commence operation. Vacuum suck. Oh, I gotta switch it to the right camera. Whatever. Sound better now? Is it good? Huh. All right, hold on. All right, it should be better now. How's that? Good? All right, cool, cool. All right, so let's commence operation vacuum suck. That didn't do anything. You got rust on my leaf spring, damn it. There we go. Sure, that did nothing. That's fine. It was funny. All right. Keep your work area clean. My dad always told me clean job is a happy job. He still tells me that, but he used to as well. Well, that was dirty. Ow! You could say that that sucked. Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, I know. Me too. Sorry. It's Mega Made. She's gone from suck to blow. Dude, there is schmutz everywhere, man. It's all over everything. Man. Oh, okay. It's all over everything. That's good. Yeah, dust be like that. It's not dust, it's schmutz. It's different. Booster 16 is lowering onto the pad, static fire tomorrow. Flight 10, baby. What did I tell you guys? Don't take your foot off the gas. Did I not say that? Believe me, I played way too much Satisfactory to not understand industrial engineering. I'm just going to clean up the rest of this because there's still schmutz back here. I don't feel like rolling around in it. This place is getting messy. That's how you know we're doing work. Well done with the safety gear. Yeah, not wearing the respirator there would have been not great. Dude, I can't tell you how much car is in this vacuum cleaner. Ow. It's okay, I just lost 5 brain cells, I'm fine. Okay. All right. Let's inspect our work. It's one big pile of schmutz. There's that one pinhole I was talking about. I couldn't get up in there with the thing because of the bars in the way, but there's a little bit of pinholes right at the back there. Focus. See? Little bit of crap there. Nothing we can't patch. Now this side, we already know how this went. That run in the paint is going to piss me off. I'll probably grind that down and redo it. There's a couple of little crevasses there that where I ran out of talent with the welder. A couple of little things right there. That's from the plug welds to the to this thing, to the brace. We got a little bit of pitting right there. That's where the leaf spring perch mounts up. See how it's a little dimpled right there? We might have to, smooth it out. But the rest of the rail looks pretty good, except for up there, of course. I didn't get all of it up in there because that's just a tough spot to get at. But yeah, you could see a little bit of our seam there too. We'll clean that up. Clean that up with a flap disc. Still some schmutz up in there, but no big deal. Yeah, you can see I missed a couple of spots here because my hands can't get up in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we should fix that dimple. It's pitting just a little bit. Not a big deal. We could always build up weld there and just grind it over. Remember, welding is an additive process, like 3D printing. You can build up in areas if you want to do it that way. Now, who was that? Hey, Josh. 97 months. That undercoating did a good job. Yes, it did. Now, over here, check it out. See the stretch marks? Those are the stretch marks and the rippling left over from the stamping process. When this thing got put in like a 20-ton press and just stamped right the hell out. See the marks? That's a byproduct of manufacturing this. And then you get waviness around the curve. That is the exact problem. The waviness right there is the exact problem we're going to have to try to solve here by remaking this piece. I did miss some spots up here because I didn't have the light because I wanted you guys to see. But yeah, see, we're good before the perch. This is the perch for the shock tower or the shock cross member. Major structural component. Yeah, perch is okay. We're good up to the perch. There's good metal there. So, yeah, not bad, dudes. I mean, this is bad. Don't get me wrong. This is awful on any car. But we'll redo it. It's not an issue. So I'm thinking section like from here all the way to about here. section that out, remake this U channel, and then go. This is going to be a test of the fabrication skills for sure. There's the hubcaps for the car, by the way. I did find another pinhole. The stainless steel uncovered one. There was one sitting behind the undercoating right there. On this side, dudes, we might be able to bridge this up. It's just a little bit of pitting right there. We might be able to just go back and forth with the welder and seal it. This stuff on the bottom, though, is a little too much. If I could get the bend, if we could reinforce... What is that? Who did that?
Who's the most useless Jedi? Mannequin Skywalker. He just stands there.
Hi, Geeson. How's your day going, me old sunshine? If we could reinforce the bend here and build up enough weld to keep that, we could just flat plate the bottom, and that would make this a lot easier. The other side, we do need to do the bend. That's inside of the frame rail. That's no good. If we can save this, it saves us a lot of fabrication time. I mean, I think go at this with the welder. I'll just do my sloppy booger welds here, build up a ton of metal in there, and go. Because if I can save this bend, oh, that's going to save me a lot of time, and it will keep it nice and strong. Yeah, this seems to be thick-ish metal around the bend. I mean, the bend by definition will have more, but we're going to have to section this way and then get that patch. But we can do it. So once again, I want to be very clear in case there's like hardcore restorers and body guys here. This is a scrap job for the frame rail. In any shop, any car that you want to flip, this is a scrap job. Replace the frame rail. Believe it or not, just this little bit, that's enough. Even though the rest of the frame rail is crisp, that's a scrap job. Like, I want to be very clear about that. But the reason why it's a scrap job is because the time it's going to take to fix this, you could have just replaced the frame rail. Now, I don't have the resources to do that here. I'd need a jig to make sure the front suspension perch and everything is completely aligned. I do not have the tools to do that in this shop. So, we're going to do this the hard way, and we're going to figure out why you would just want to replace the frame rail. So, I'm going to get the tripod, and you guys, we're going to stay over here, and I want to try to zip that with the welder. I want to see if I can fix it. We can backplate that weld too on the sides. Oh, there's schmutz all over the tripod. Everything here needs to be hosed off. Problem is that some of it is electronic. Yeah. Okay. If we can save this bend, we're going to save ourselves a lot of time. I'm going to try to see if we can build it all up in there. And, you know, we could backplate it too, like you guys said. Could you place metal on the inside and use the hole as a plug weld? Yeah, sure. Pro tip, if you place a piece on copper or brass on the back, you can build it up just by welding. Copper or brass? You know what? You know what, Net? People have been telling me that. And I'm fairly confident I don't have any copper or brass here. But if I did and put it back there, well, why? Teach me. I want to learn. I want to learn. Like, I know enough to know what I'm looking at here, but dude, I want to absorb the knowledge. Welding doesn't stick to it. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. It's best to just use steel, can't see me? Well, I'm trying to understand pros and cons here. I don't think I have copper or brass around here. I mean, I'm still building out this shop, believe it or not. Like, I don't have all the tools that I need. Because welding would just platen onto the brass. Would it stick to the brass? I understand copper or brass as a heat sink. I know that they're very conductive. It won't stick to it. Really? Is that because okay, back to geology here. Dissimilar metals don't stick. Is that because it's non-ferrous, right? That would be the right way to say that. Steel would just add to the structure. Copper or brass would not stick, just a way to form metal by welding. Interesting. Dude, I like that. I like the backing plate thing. That could really help us here. Can you imagine if we went relativity style? We bent a brass plate, put it on the inside, and just, I mean, it's welding upside down. That would suck. But we just, relativity, just 3D print with the welding gun by hand, 3D print the frame rail again. Could we do that? Like, okay, I know that's not, like, no one does that. I understand that. Could we do that, though? Just out of curiosity. We need a forge so we can melt metal. Yeah. So if you don't know what relativity space is, they tried this idea of, they basically had a 5-axis CNC table. So they had a spindle, a big spindle that was basically like it's a table, right? And what they did was they had a MIG welder, right, on a jig that can move up and down, and the table spun, right? And then the MIG welder just laid bead, right? And it spun it, and it basically extruded, like 3D printed, extruded a tank wall. And it turns out that it's super freaking strong, which is interesting. They ran into problems with the dome, though. The domes warped. They kept warping. They were introducing too much heat. And that's why relativity got hostile taken over, because that idea didn't work. It would have been a good idea to print the tank walls, but the domes need to be friction stir welded. But that's another story. That's rocket science, sorry. Cool, we could do that. That's sick, man. I kind of want to do it just to see, like, but I don't think I have any brass or anything, guys. Is there anything that would be brass or copper just out of the blue? Like, what would be copper or brass? That'd be actually pretty sick. Aluminum would work too. Yeah. Have any brass plumbing fittings? We got aluminum foil. I don't think that'd work. Copper pipe, copper plumbing pipe. I think I have some fittings in here.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Rocket Rick gifted a sub. Thanks, man. Dude, I kind of want to do this. This is a good idea. That's cool. I want to do it just to see. Like, not that it's the right way to do it, but I want to do it just to see. Huh. Let me look around. Look around on the table. I have fittings. I know I do. How sick would that be to fix that like that? That would be super freaking cool, man. Yeah, like I said, I kind of want to, just for the heck of it. Brass and copper. Brass, copper, or aluminum. Brass, copper, or aluminum. I don't know. Would aluminum foil work? Like, could we fold aluminum foil and press it into the shape? If we make it thick enough? I think we'd blow through it. Too much heat. Yep. Like, even if we, like, crumpled it up into, like, a 1/2-inch thick crumpled ball of it, too much air in the layers. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's fair. Ow. Huh. Dude, I like that idea. This idea is cool. I want to try it just for the sake of it. Like, you know, worst case scenario, I take some of this flat stock, right? We take this flat stock, we're not going to bend that, but we could put this on the side and back plate to this, and that would, it's not going anywhere after that. Brass, aluminum. Brass or aluminum. I gotta have something in here. There's gotta be something. Gotta be something. Pipes, 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 pipes. Guys, you know what I'm realizing? The way you guys tell me if I'm thinking about this right. The way you go about welding, you treat it kind of like Bondo, right? I know that sounds ridiculous. I know that Bondo is not structural, like fiberglass, like filler, but like if you're trying to build up something, you're trying to build up a weld, you'd go at it like Bondo. You want to, like if you're trying to seam weld something and then smooth it, you don't want to add a lot of weld. You want to try to add the minimal amount of weld that does the maximum amount of pen, right? Am I thinking about that right? Got any copper pipes in the house that we could pull? Yeah, my wife would not be happy, and she's watching the stream though, so I wouldn't do that. That's a really bad idea. Why would I do something so dumb? Ooh, wait a minute. What is this? What's this? Is this aluminum? This bottle is aluminum. Oh, dude, do you think it's thick enough? There's also gasoline in this thing. This has gas in it. I was about to say we could cut this up, but I'm not doing that. Not right now, at least. That ship sailed. Aluminum can. I got plenty of aluminum cans, but those are too thin. The wall is too thin. What about a thing you bought to fix our broken pipe? That thing's still sitting on top of the washing machine. I don't want to use that, Bree, because then we won't be able to fix the pipe that I haven't fixed. What's this? Here we go. Here's some copper fittings. I don't know how we're going to build up against this. Not necessarily the least amount of wire. It really comes down to getting the setting hand speed correct. Yeah, that's brass. It is brass, you're right. But it would still work, right? I mean, I don't know how we're going to make this shape into something that we could back against, but melt those cans down. Buying a smelter and making aluminum ingots big stacked style when? Hammer this thing flat? The problem is that I need these fittings for the 59 to relocate some of the heater hoses because I don't like it. I don't like where they go. So I don't want to use that. What are you trying to do? Tessa, I want to put a backing plate. I would like to put a backing plate behind the rod and frame rail on the inside channel of the frame rail and then weld on the outside and see if we could basically 3D print the part with the welder, just going back and forth running bead up against the copper or brass, right? If I do that, despite it being a crappy angle, and we run the bead, and I could run a bead, it's not gonna look pretty, and then grind it over, we can rebuild the structure of the frame rail like how Relativity prints tanks. First of all, once again, car guys, no one does that. Nobody does that. I'm doing this because I think it's fun, and I think that's cool. That's cool, and I want to try it. That's the truth there. I'm doing this because I think I want to try it. I think that's funny. It's probably not going to work, but if it does work, that'd be sick. I like that way because fabricating that part that we need is going to really suck. Why not just use a piece of scrap metal? Well, Martin, if we use brass or copper, we could just pull it out when we're done, and then the frame rail is rebuilt. If we use steel, I mean, a steel backing plate will work. Of course it'll work. But then we can't pull it out. But, you know. Yeah. I mean, you can order rolls of brass shim stock from McMaster, not sure how thick. Yeah, okay. May want some steel backing plate to give that frame some more rigidity. Yeah, that makes it as hard as possible to do. Yeah, I know, right? Just cut a bit from the trunk, no one will notice. I mean, I could cut a bit from the old trunk. I got plenty of old trunk around. I'm thinking. I have the old bumper brackets that are shot here, but parts of that steel is good. We could use it, and it's thick boy steel. This is like 10 gauge steel or something. Dudes. Dudes. This bumper bracket is toast. Look. It's toast. It's got a hole in it, but the sides are pretty good. That is extremely thick steel. That's 1/4 inch. Or actually, no, that's 1/8 of an inch. We back with this, and look, it's already got a bend in it. Just saying, it's already got a bend. That might make this a little bit easier. I don't think it's the right bend, but it is a bend. Clean the crap out of it because it's going to put impurities in the weld. Yep. We're using 1/4 inch thick. Okay, Marvin here, Meyer. The first thing I ever welded was an exhaust, Jared. Just saying. Hang on. Pepper. All right. Just weld it to it. It'll be fine. So, dude, I'm thinking cut this tab. We cut that tab off right here, right? And then we section like right here. And then we section down. And this is the bend almost. That's the exact, it's almost the same. It'll most likely be tilted up a little bit. But just use 1/8 inch steel backing. Whatever. I mean, it's the frame rail, right? Like sometimes my genius is almost frightening. This thing's a little bit pitted and we're gonna have to clean it up, but man, this 1/8 inch, we're gonna go through some cutting wheels doing this, dudes. Let's do it. Screw it. This part's junk anyway. Look, it's Titanic, pretty bad. Look at the back. It's not savable, and it's got 2 bolts stuck in it. I have no qualms about cutting this up. I just got to figure out how we're going to put this on the cutting table and how the hell are we clamping that to the table? Well, with clamps, of course. Need a bandsaw? Yeah, you're not wrong. Here, we can Vivitar it. The Vivitar. Sorry, the UI always shows up every single freaking time, and the screen doesn't work when there's an HDMI out because that thing's a piece of junk. So, enjoy the cool 1990s UI that's on this camera that I bought in 2025. So this is my table that I draft stuff out on. Guess what? Now it's a table that we cut things on. It's multi-purpose. So the first thing I got to do is get that tab off. Just want to give myself an open surface there. Let's get the angle grinder out, which has the stainless steel depth thingamajigger. It's right there on it. Got a vise to lock it in. I do, but it's over there and I can't get a camera on it, and I thought you guys would want to see this, so clamping it to here should be okay as long as I hold it. I'm going to use a brand new cutting wheel. Let's be real, we're going to go through this pretty quick, cutting this thick. And make things by the bay. And lay by the bay. I just may, what do you say? Make things out of clay. And lay by the bay, I just may. What do you say? You can make a notch and finish with the Sawzall. Yeah, I could. Safety glasses on. All right, we're gonna have to get at it from this side. Yeah, turns out thicker steel is harder to cut through. So, got some really nice backing plate there. Clean it up with the wire. Muzzle clean it up with the wire wheel before first. It's a small part. Well, the part that I need is, I don't need this part. I could put that in the vise and do it, but yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, that small part's gonna suck. Maybe we'll use it for something else, but. Yeah, it's easier to clean the whole part, the part when it's attached to something, right? That hurt. Almost in the family jewels. There is a clean HDMI output on that camera, but every time I turn the camera off and turn it back on, it comes back because it's a piece of snot. And I know what you're saying, well, just disable it on the screen. Screen doesn't work when it's outputting HDMI. So I either have to unplug the whole damn thing to get to the screen so I could get rid of that stuff, or just deal with it. I don't use that camera very much anyway because it's a piece of snot. The reason why we're using the Vivitar right now is because I already have the other camera set up over there and I don't feel like moving it. It's unique. It has character. That's right. Just going to get all of this part that I need here. Hey, Bree.
Did you say you had a Bluetooth speaker out here I could use?
Yeah. It's behind the keyboard and monitor right there. Behind it. See a trunk pan? Behind the trunk pan on the speakers right there. You got it?
Yep. Thank you.
Cool. Yep. Cool. Nice and clean. Is that a bumper bracket? Yes. So just zip it right there. That's what we're going to do. I'm using this as a backing plate for my frame rail because it's already bent to almost the exact shape that we need, and it's really thick steel. And that part of the bumper bracket is still in good condition. Ow. Okay, contact. It's almost got the exact bend that I need. All right, time to test fit. Why does the camera say it's 2023? Oh, it's because it's a piece of junk. Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. I might need to section a little bit more of this off. Because, look, we need this to butt flat, so we got to get rid of this burr right here. I don't know if I should do that on the grinding wheel. I'll probably do it with the cutoff wheel. Cutoff wheel would be better. See? This is the car that keeps on
Discovery,
giving.
go at throttle up.
Who is that subbing? I can't see it. Is that Theix? Sorry, there's sweat on my glasses. I can't see it from here. Theix, 90-month resub. Thanks, man. Is it just me, or is there a choppy frame rate? Dude, I'm telling you guys, that camera is caca. I wasted money on it. I should have returned it. What kind of a piece of trash is it? It's a Vivitar 8K, and it sucks. It's god awful. So, you know, yeah, there's that. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to section this real fast, okay? Sweet. There we go. Just gonna clean that up with the bench grinder. You know that's really hot, and it was enough for me to feel it with my fingers. That's how hot it is. My fingers, the nerves of my fingers are toast because working in a pizza shop. I'm gonna go put this on the bench grinder real quick, clean it up, and yeah, then we'll test fit it. All right, let's see what this does. Apparently Tori Bruno is starting his own podcast. Cool. Is that the new camera? No. Well, kind of. That's the new camera right there. What are we doing today? Tekezo, we're making a backing plate for that rail. Making a backing plate out of bumper bracket. It's a good idea. Oh my goodness. It actually works. Look at that, dudes. That fit. Oh my goodness. That's pretty good, dude. Would you just look at it? It's perfect. That's so stupid. All right. Let me get in there and take a look, just to be sure. Why use many machine when few do trick? So what I'm going to do, what I decided I wanted to do is try to rebuild this with weld by using backing plates. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. So there's this piece of bumper bracket that had a really nice bend on it, right? And if we put it in there, it backs all the holes almost exactly that we need to pinch up. And trying to save this bend and rebuild it and rebuild structure into it is, well, going to be super useful for us. I think the bend is almost exactly the same. In fact, that would be about where that needs to go. So yes, you heard that right. I'm using the bumper brackets to, or what's left of my shoddy bumper brackets, which we still have parts for, which I bought replacement parts for. I'm trying to use it to patch up these holes over here and maybe even get at some on the bottom. If we can use this backing plate, if I can get it, it's not exactly flush. I got to bend it a little bit. I mean, it's going to be hard to bend this damn steel, but. It's not completely flush up here, dudes, because the frame rail keeps curving and this thing goes straight. So if I bend this tab a little bit, just a little bit up, we could match the contour almost perfectly. And this piece is eighth inch steel. It's not that, that's really good, really strong. It's not gonna break. Fellas, real quick, I have the vise right now. And I'm just gonna get the sledge out and see if we can bend that tab just a little bit. Want to hand me that wrench, Jimbo? Nah, the bigger one, the sledge. I'll put you guys on, yeah, no, actually this camera's fine. So I have the little bit in the vise, and I'm gonna use the plate that I left because I cut off way more than I needed to kind of bend it out. So let me just, yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it kind of worked. This is some really heavy duty stuff, man. Look. It didn't do much. And I just wailed on that thing with a sledgehammer, but it changed the contour just a little bit. You can see it. See, it's straight and then it goes that way. That's what I want. So, you know, once we get this contour right, I'll zip this right here. We'll zip the top off and we could use this good metal somewhere else. We'll just get in with the grinder and just make a straight cut right here. Just enough so we could back it, and then this bend will give us the right backing plate. And once again, fellas, this is that's the cut from yesterday. This is 1/8 inch steel. It's really strong. Probably about 6 mil, 5-6 millimeter. No, what would be 1/8 of an inch? Half inch is 13. For the most part, 12.7. So half of that would be 6, half of that would be 3. 3 millimeter thick? It's pretty thick, like me. Let's test fit it again. $3 mil, repeating, of course. Yeah, of course. Switch it to the other camera over here. I think that did it. That looked thicker than 3 mil, more like 5. I could check. So I know it's 1/8 inch. It's 1/8 of an inch. At least I could measure it. I'm pretty sure. But. No, not 1/8 of an inch. It's less than that. 16th. It's a 16th of an inch, so actually, no, hold up. No, it is. Yeah, no, it's an 1/8. It's 1/8 inch. Yep. What's 1/8 of an inch in millimeter? I mean, it's thick, dude. This is really thick stuff. 0.039, 39 thousandths of an inch is 1 mil. Oh, yeah, no, it's big. And we're at 80 thousandths? No, that's not right. You know what I mean. Yeah, man, pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. This is pretty good for backing steel. The thing is like for the bottom though, for the bottom plate, I don't think we could use this. I'm not sure I have the tools to bend something like this. 1/8 of an inch is 3 mil, 125 thousandths of an inch. There you go. Sweet. So what I'll do now, the fitment is pretty damn good. I'm gonna zip the top of this so it's just the U. We don't need all this up here. Yeah, let me get my not welding table, but now drafting table to Okay, I'm gonna get safety glasses and the cutting wheel here again, and we'll just zip off the last section and then we'll put this thing together. Once again, I'm just gonna do this quick, guys, so just enjoy the sparks flying here. I do not want my sparks flying at my gas canister for the welder. That would be not good. So I'm going to move this out of the way. Cool. These started to move, guys. Just give me a second. It started to move, so I'm just going to reclamp it and go from there. Got it. I'm just going to clean up that burr right there. And then, I like this idea. See, this is why I wanted to go at this with a clear head. I'm going to put this on the bench grinder real quick, just clean that up. I would put gloves on with the bench grinder, but I don't trust gloves around spinny things. All right, wait for the bench grinder to get up to speed. Cool. Piece is still pretty hot, but... And there we go. Backing plate with complete with bend. Burning my fingers. See? I kind of want to quench this thing just because it'd be really satisfying, but nah. It's good. It'll grow back. Oh, yeah. See? 1/8 inch steel backing plate with the bend that we needed. Hell yeah. That's really funny that this is the way we figured out we want to do this. Because once again, guys, if I can back and we could fix one of the sides, if we could fix the right-hand side on the screen, left-hand side of the frame rail, the side that has those little pinholes that's closer to the Harbor Freight bucket, if we could fix that and we could back all that, oh man, a coffee can of water goes a long way. Yeah. I don't think I have that. I love it when a plan comes together. Dun 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 dun. I'm waiting for the metal to cool off so I can handle it. Make the part for the other side. Yeah, we could do that. I need the bumper bracket again. What could I use to cool this off? I only have cans of explosive things around here, which is really unfortunate. I mean, not really, but you get the idea. Yeah, man, this thing's toasty. If you lay it on the floor, the slab will suck the heat out of it. How about this piece of wood? Wood's not flammable at all, right? Put it in the fridge? That's a good idea. Now there's a good idea. I could run for mayor. There. That'll suck the heat out of that. All right, so we have that. Now we need to get at the other side. So what we got to do is not twist your ankle on parts that are on the floor, and we got to cut this side out. I need this piece right here. So we got to zip that tab off, clean it up, do the exact same thing that we did, because see, this bend is very similar to the frame rail. We're going to need a lot more of this piece though, I think, than the other one. Let me just take a measurement and figure out exactly how much we need.
5.5 inches for the most part. And then the center plate is what's going to be a big pain in the butt to do. I don't know. Do you guys, I mean, I know it wouldn't be a big deal, but do you guys think zip it in and zip it out? All right, or not, zippity doo dah. The walls are not flammable, no. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not. It's fiberglass insulation with a cover plate on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're okay. And by pretty sure, I know we're okay. This building is a permitted building, guys. It's a permitted building, so everything is up to code. A bunch of slight breaks will make the large radius. Well, so Takeza, what I was asking is that bumper bracket is 1/8 inch steel. I don't think I can bend 1/8 of an inch, but I mean, wait, are you saying like take the grinding wheel and scribe lines in it and then bend? So after the repair, will this side be stronger than the other frame rail? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it will. You could try to do it that way. I don't think he meant that, but that works too. What are you talking about? I want to know, because I'd just like to know all the different ways to do this. Trying to accumulate as much metal knowledge via osmosis from the internet as possible. Could you use the wider side of that bumper piece to also cover the middle? You need a press brake to bump the bend like that. A finger brake will flatten it. Yeah. Your bench brake won't break 1/8 of an inch? It was struggling with 16th, dude. I don't see why it wouldn't, but yeah, it was really struggling with 16th of an inch. Anyway, let me, I forgot how long that measurement needed to be. Give me 1 second. You only need like a 5 to 10 degree bend. Yeah, it's not much, dude. I was thinking, scribe lines into it with the angle grinder on one side and pinch it in certain spots, but okay. I'm gonna measure from good metal and then roll this around. Need about 5 inch. 5.5. I'm not sure I have enough steel here. Let me check. The bumper bracket, I don't think the bend is enough. It's going to be close, but yeah. All right, well, we'll see. Let's cut this bad boy. Actually, first I'll clean up the piece. So not so fun
You just tuned in. Here, let me get my part out of the fridge. So I was thinking how we were going to make, oh, it's nice and cold. I was thinking about how we were going to make the backing plates, right? I want to do backing plates instead of just trying to zip the pinholes, right? And I was thinking like, dude, making that shape and making that curve is going to be tough. And then I stumbled over one of the bumper brackets. The old bumper brackets, not the new ones. The ones that are wasted completely. And I cleaned up the metal and I found 1/8-inch steel that is pretty much the exact shape that we need. So I'm cutting up the old bumper bracket, the usable parts of the old bumper bracket. The old bumper bracket is wasted. It's 1/8-inch steel that's rusted through in certain spots. So, no, right? And I'm making the backing plates for this. This is almost the outer diameter of this is almost the exact bend that I need. Look, here. I will take this piece and I will put it in there and you will see what I'm talking about. Ooh. See? That's close. It's not, looking at it from the side, it's not the exact radius that we need, but it's close. That is enough to zip up those pinholes, no problem. That fits. That's perfect. So I'm going to make one for the other side, right? And then we have something to back up against here. And then we'll zip them in from the back with my crappy seam welding abilities. And we go from there. The left side of this is going to suck. Yeah, so I'm going to make the other side now. I might need to cut some reliefs into this piece because it's not completely flush because the angle that it bends at is not exactly the frame rail, but it's really close. But then again, if we build up weld against it, who cares? But yeah, with these angle pieces, right, we can... See what I mean? Just do that. Pretty damn close. And it's super thick boy steel. Super thick boy. So I'm gonna make one for the other side. We might have to cut some reliefs in it, but yeah, that's what we're doing, man. Using what we have. Trim it to fit. Yeah, I think so. Leave plenty of metal on the next piece. That frame rail is going to disappear when you weld. Yep. For more precision, bend the top of your tape around the bend instead of doing sideways like you did. Oh yeah. Read your other comments. Weren't you able to bend that radius pretty close on your brake yesterday? Make sections of L's and use that to make your backing. I like that idea too. But the bumper bracket, I thought the bumper bracket was cool. It looked like it worked for one side, but do you have enough for that gaping hole? I'm about to find out. I'm going to keep going with it, dudes. Yeah, I'm going to keep going with it. I'm about to find out if we have enough material.
Discovery,
I got to get safety glasses on, and I got to put the wire wheel on the grinder. Yeah, we got to go from there. You're going to get Vivitar view here. Oh, Vivitar. Oh, it's so bad. You know what? Give me this damn thing. We'll try to get that stupid stuff off of there. Here, look at the floor for a second. I hate this thing so much. This game is so bad. Oh my God. Stop. What? All the buttons are just mode, down to settings, hit OK. Icon display. Close. No, 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 no. There we go. I hate this thing. I hate it so much. I shouldn't have bought it, but it's a meme at this point, so it's fine. So bad. Oh my God. All right, let's clean up that bumper. The good thing about this is that that shot is super overexposed, so it actually makes it, you know, like, it's kind of easier to see what I'm doing with an overexposed shot. The problem is that it's overexposed and it looks like poop. Poop? Boy, Boucher knocked the poop out of him. Poop? All right, let's clean this off. Yeah, AOJ for sure. The Smith family. Why, how long have y'all been eating poop? We don't do that. Oh, never mind. We're going to learn a new thing today, class. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. All right, that's clean. Cutting wheel time. Morty, we're gonna start with math problems. What is 9 times 5? I don't know, something like 40? That's right, 9 times 5 is something like 40. Class, I'm giving him an A. What? I don't know. I'm just trying to tighten the damn cutting wheel. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, chat. All right. Cleaning up the edge. All right. I don't like the angle that this is at, so I'm going to change it. Trying to, well, yeah, you know, I could get it to work going this way. That's fine. Let's just make sure we're measuring this right. Okay, yeah, we got to go down here. All right, cool, I see it. Here we go. Hang on, I'm good. One of my earplugs came out. I'm gonna be smart and pick it up with the glove this time. Cool. I'm gonna get on the bench grinder with this thing, dudes, and just get rid of the burr there. Let me just back it out so you guys can see. There we go. There's a gigantic honeybee by the by chat. Cool. Neat. Come on, bees. Germinate my plants or something. You got to be careful about using gloves with a bench grinder. Be very careful. I'm not putting my hand near this thing. I'm not putting my hand near the thing that rotates. The problem is this part's really hot. The smart thing to do would be just wait a second. It's good enough. Got to put this part in the fridge for a second, dudes. Dude, you know I have an irrational fear of bees. It's a honeybee? Who cares? The honeybees don't sting. Honeybees are the ones that pollinate plants and stuff. It's the big guy, the big bee, the bumblebee. Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man. They're all flying murder machines. Only if they're German bees. Ah, yes. Ergo, irrational. You know, that's a good point. I'm going to put this in the freezer for a second. Carb cleaner. Spray carb cleaner on wasps and stuff if you want to kill them. It'll kill them instantly. German, because you said Germany. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. No, I want the bees to go and pollinate my plants so I can grow tomatoes. We want to grow tomatoes. Brake clean works really well. Yep. Dude, that thing was huge. It was like the size of a golf ball. I just hope they're not trying to make a nest in here. I really don't need that. They tried to before up on the sill of the garage door on the outside of the barn or the shop. Yeah. Carb cleaner. Now, don't get me wrong. What tried to make a nest was wasps. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. There's no plants in here, dude. I'm just saying. No plants. You can manually germinate tomatoes. Just flick the flowing buds at the top of the plant a few days in a row. Huh. I don't need a lecture to bet. They can pollinate wherever they like as long as it's away from me. I mean, like, guy, I'm sorry, this is not the place to find plants. There he goes. Okay. Where's the hat? I don't know. What for? I don't know. You mean that guy that plays the guitar died in the plane crash? Nope. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan just goes up there and he craps his pants. It's like some British Holocaust or something. I'm waiting for the part to be, you know. Vesper, you have a bee nest in the walls of one of your rooms. Oddly enough, that room is always warm. Yeah. Last summer, wasps made a nest in one of your fence posts. When I mowed the lawn, I bumped the fence and they swarmed you. Yeah, I kind of agree with Element. Wasps cannot exist. That would be very, very nice if they just ceased to exist. But whatever. Bees, I don't have a problem with. All right. There's still a little bit of burr on the end of this thing right here. I'm just going to get at that with the bench grinder. We will go back to the Vivitar. The Vivitar. The cooler actually cooled this off pretty quick. He's spitting the cooler. Gotta let it warm up. Okay, we have our piece. And now, the moment of truth. My guess is that we're gonna have to put some reliefs in, but all right. It's not exact. We're gonna have to bend it a little bit at the top. I'm gonna have to cut some reliefs in, but it does look long enough, dudes. We made them long enough. Yeah, see up here? I can't believe this is actually working. Pretty cool though. Yeah, just need to make a little bit of, so what we're gonna have to do with these pieces is bend this a little bit. So we gotta zip a little cut in here with the angle grinder and then bend it like a little triangulation. Like a little triangular shaped cut. Just a little bit. And it needs to be done on both pieces. Now, we have a lot of extra metal on this side, which is good. But yeah, there it is, man. That'll work. And it replaces it with 1/8" steel. So, you know. Okay, so I think the part that we need to section is going to be like right there. Pretty much right here. So about halfway up these pieces. We just got to get them to bend a little bit more. But we got plenty of meat on the bone. That's good. I don't know how I'm going to do this. So this piece, I need to basically put a cut into it with the angle grinder right here and then bend it just a little bit, about halfway up. So I want to go at it one way like this and another way like that with the grinder. But once again, we got to be very careful that this doesn't zip off. Guys, I'm going to do this in the vise. I don't trust clamping it to the table. If the clamp comes loose, it's going to shoot this thing out. All right. So I'm going to take my cutoff wheel over here and I'm going to just put a V-cut into this piece and then we'll bend it. And that should get it right. Hearing protection. That was really loud for me. All right, cool. So, check this out. I put a little V in there, right? And then we can bend it, and I can weld this back together, and that'll keep it strong. Just bending it is gonna suck, but whatever. I might need to go a little bit further with that V. Hi, I'm V. People call me V, but you can call me V. Okay, so now what I should be able to do is just hit it a couple of times with the hammer. Take a look. I cut a little bit too much of a relief, but look, see? Now we bent it. Now let's fit this piece. Actually, I overbent. Too much of a relief. We're gonna have to build it back up with the welder, but yeah, that was actually too far. Not bad. That's good though. Let me just introduce a little bit of back bending. We don't want to go too hard because you don't want to fatigue that metal. Pretty close, dudes. That's pretty damn close. Yep. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that's right. We got the curve. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, that'll do it. I actually made the relief a little too big. You don't even need to make it that big. It's just one zip with the cutting wheel. We'll make that better for the other side. I'm just flattening out a little bit of the end of the bumper tab here. Just really sent it in the vise there. That's good. Hang on, I just gotta adjust the tab one more time. Sweet. Bree, I can hear your music in the background, but I don't think they can. In fact, I'm pretty sure they can't. I can hear it. And I thought it was the ice cream truck. Yeah, you guys shouldn't hear anything.
Guys, you know what? I'm gonna do one more relief cut up near the top. Just one more quick one with the wheel. Just to give it a little more fit. The closer we can get it to the original frame rail shape, the better. This one isn't gonna even be a triangle. It's just gonna be a straight cut. And you know, if we screw this up, it's not a big deal. If we screw it up, we have another bumper bracket. So see, I just put a little bit of a relief in there so we could get some curvature right here, just a little bit, not as much as here. In fact, on the other side, I'm just gonna put a bunch of slots in it and then we're just gonna bend it into place, which is probably what we would have done if we made this part from scratch anyway. But this already has the bend in it, which is what I'm after. And this is thick steel, so it'll reinforce what we already have. I gotta switch the camera. But this is metal work, dudes. It's all a lot of fit, test, fit it, test it, fit it, test it. I bent it a little too far in the wrong direction. Hold on one sec. You get the metal brake? I have a metal brake, yeah, but this already had the bend in it. There. That's good. That's good for that side. It's very close to the right contour. Cool. Yeah, man. Pretty good. Now we have something to back up against. We could fill in all this stuff and make it thick again. Grind it down and it'll still look nice. The rest of the frame rail is just so damn pristine. I just want to make sure that we do it right. Okay, next piece. Where did I put the other piece? I think it's in the, oh no, it's not in the freezer. I cut it out. Sweet. All right, so, yeah, like I said, this already has a bend. It's a piece of the bumper bracket. It's already bent.
can just make the piece, make the inner plate, and we make it out of 1/8 of an inch. That should silence anybody, not silence, that should, anybody that's like, no, that's not gonna work. Oh no, this is gonna work. It's not going nowhere. So, overkill farmer style, I like it. Yep. We will go back to the whoosh, whoosh, Vivitar. So what I'm gonna do now, dudes, is I'm gonna section this piece right here. I'm gonna leave a lot more on this side because there's a lot less frame rail over there. So I'll probably section it like right here, like that, and then we'll cut our reliefs into it. With the wheel, I'll cut like, I don't know, 1 every inch or something. And that should make this part fit. I might want to do this in the vise, dudes. Yeah, this is, well, I don't know how we're gonna get at this in the vise. Oh no, okay, I got a way to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do this on the vise, guys, just because it's a little bit easier. I don't have to worry about the part flying everywhere. Cool. Ow, ow, ow. Stupid thing. All right, so now I'm just going to do one more.
This is safe. I'm in safe.
Nice. I dropped it, but I'm using a rag because I know this thing is scorching. There we go. So with this side, check it out. With this side, I left a lot more material up there. See that? I left a lot more. And now I'll put a couple of sections into it and then we'll bend it to get it to match the profile. I'll put probably 2 or 3 in it. Just, yeah, bear with me here. I don't have a camera that can reach all the way over here yet. I'll fix it later. Okay, piece is back in the vise. Okay, 2 reliefs are in the metal. Now I just gotta bend it a little bit. Probably gotta cut that relief a little bit more. The 2 reliefs didn't go all the way to the curve. Give me 1 sec. Okay, 1 relief down. Two. Gotta go back to the first one. I gotta bend it a little bit more. Good. Gravy. Check this out, bros. How's this? See the 2 reliefs? I cut 2 reliefs in it so we could bend it a little bit more. Here's a tip. You can stuff a wet towel into the rail behind those pieces to hold them. Then take the towel out after welding in place. Oh, good idea. A wet towel, all right. That piece is going in the freezer for a second. It's very hot. A wet towel, like, I got a wedgie, I'm not gonna lie. Just, sorry, it's the shop. How do those sparks taste? Metally? Will something like this work? Or like an actual cloth towel? Moist enough to not catch fire. All right. See, this is what I just couldn't picture in my head yesterday, dudes. I couldn't picture like how to get this exactly right. But between those 2 tabs, we should be able to build up the curves of the frame rail, right? Should be able to build them up, and we should be able to just, anything that it's backing up against, we should just be able to fill it in with weld, because it's definitely going to stick to the 1/8 inch. And we essentially turn every one of those the holes in the frame rail into a plug weld. We rust converted the back end of them, so I'm not too incredibly worried about that. But what we should do now, just on a side note, speaking of this, we should steel it. We should steel it on the side that's sitting in the frame rail channel. So we should paint this piece with steel it, with weld primer. You know what, I'll wait till the other one's out of the free. Actually, you know what? The other one being a little bit hotter will help the paint cure faster, so. Wow, man, that cooled down quick. It's still pretty warm. But I'll take the 2 pieces. I'm putting them in my paint booth over here, and we'll hit it with Steel It. Yeah, that's my paint booth right there. Cool. We steel it. We put Steel It on the back side of that, dude. Make sure to clean the tip. Gotta keep the tips clean, boys. And girls, I guess. Maybe. You know what I mean. I'm talking about paint cans. Shut up. Yeah, we steel it. I did steel it on the back side because the Steel It will provide us a layer. So like if water ever does get in there, it's not going to rust the metal. Why not just weld it raw? So this is weld through primer. It's called Steel It. Right? It's a weld through primer. It has stainless steel. It has 316L stainless in it, dude. And you can weld through it. So it's going to protect it. It'll protect the paint. Or it'll protect the metal. Like if water does get in there, Shaw, the paint will displace it. So you don't have to worry about stuff rusting from the inside out. It's especially good for repair work like this. Don't worry. That's only one can. I have another can. We have a couple of cans of it. I bought a package of it because I have a feeling we're going to need it with this car. We're going to give the car the best chance it can get of lasting another 56 years. See, this is how EJ's brain works on a good night's sleep. I can actually think straight about how we want to get this done. So we're just going to wait a second while that paint dries, and yeah. Just turning off the light right there. Life hack when the tip fits on the brake clean can. Nope, not the right type. Nope, not the right type. Oh well. What is a good night's sleep? Something that I rarely get, Mike. What's the frame rail made out of? I guess a low alloy steel. It's I believe, Shaw, don't quote me on this one, it's 16 gauge mild, I think. It's not like the frame's made out of chromoly. Chrysler wasn't that, Chrysler was a little too cheap for that. No one does that for what it's worth. No one's gonna make, like, that's overkill for this application. Car would end up costing 100 grand or something. Nice, Mercs. I wonder if it would work with seawater. I could see the spray being useful for Navy ship welders. It says it's anti-corrosive, but I think that's more... mild. Honestly, that primer might be doing more harm than good. Maybe, who knows? Can I just say on a side note, like, let me get the good bumper bracket. This is the good bumper bracket. This is the piece that we just cut out right there. We cut out this piece on the old one, not on this new one. The reason why I cut the old ones is because we have new ones. You guys bought the bumper brackets, not me. I was gonna patch the old ones, but the crazy thing is, dudes, can you imagine how much force you need? Because this was stamped. This is a stamped part. Imagine how much you could tell it's stamped because it's got some waviness in the metal, right there. See the waviness, right? This part was stamped. Can you imagine the stamping press? How strong that needs to be to make this? This part was a flat piece of 1/8 inch steel, and a stamping press just went boom and stamped it out in one shot. You know how strong of a press you need to make this in one shot? That's actually absurd. And it's crazy because you can tell that the stamping press also cut it. So it was stamped and then cut right after because there's scoring marks on the side of this thing. It looks like this part's also used. This part is used. Somebody put it back on the shelf because somebody hit it with a grinding wheel right there. Ah, this is it's a used part. Somebody returned this. Somebody went at it with a flap disc over here. Maybe that was from the factory though, who knows? Whatever, I don't care, it's straight. Most likely multiple operations. So Talon, you think they stamped it and then they snipped it with another press? Stainless and mild steel will form a galvanic couple, especially with an electrolyte. But like, I mean, if that's what people do when doing this stuff, then it's clearly okay. That goes against what I learned in school, so I'm confused. Ever seen the press Ford uses to make door panels? Oh yeah, yeah, it's badass, dude. Anyway, Shaw, everybody does this to protect the metal, so I don't know, man. Yeah, these parts were still hot, so the steel, it kind of flashed right to it. Pretty good. All right, let's check fitment. Not bad, dudes. Not too shabby at all. There is one thing. I put some contour in this thing. I may have put too much heat into it. I need to do a little bit of additional work on this one. Yeah, no problem. So, so you see how this piece is kind of curved? I need to bend it straight. So we got to put this in the vise and kind of hit at it to bend it perfectly straight. It's got some curve to it. It's okay. Yeah. So with this not being a fish plate style plate, you are creating weak points at the edge of that brace. Will it matter? Question. I don't know what that means. Steel, it is safe for use on all steels. I never heard of anybody having a galvanic corrosion issue with it. Cool. EJ, I'm more impressed that 56 years later, there's still a press working to make these parts. Car Toys, I don't think it's the original press, to be honest with you. They most likely made a casting based off of a good bumper bracket and then made a new die for it. I'm pretty sure Chrysler threw away the dies. Most auto companies do that, dudes. They don't sell the original tooling from the line, which sucks, but what were they supposed to know? It's an old part, who cares? So that what they do is they order, like, okay, say you make 100,000 cars, right? And 100,000 of those cars have 2 doors, right? So that's 200,000 left and right-hand doors, or 100,000 left-hand and right-hand doors. You know what you do? And this is just material buffering for the automotive industry, right? You know that some of these cars are going to get into accidents. You know that some of these cars are going to get hit. Some of these cars are going to need new doors. Some of them might have a defect, right? So you know what you do. What automakers usually do is they hire what's called a AAA manufacturer. This is what it's called in Detroit. This is what Bree's dad taught me. They hire a AAA manufacturer, and the AAA manufacturer, you know, when the run is over, they give them the tooling, right? Or they make their own tooling, right? Or you source from multiple manufacturers, right? So like, An example of a AAA manufacturer is if you're a GM, if you like GM, Fisher, if you like old school General Motors, Fisher, AAA manufacturer. GM contracted it, they sourced out the bodies for the cars to Fisher. No, it's just the camera, Flykin. The car has not moved. It's on jack stands. It can't move. So they would either have a AAA manufacturer building doors at the same time. So like 100,000, you need 100,000 left doors for your 100,000 cars, right? They'd have one plant make like 75 and the other one make like 50, but you make more. You make more than what you need. You stay ahead of the production run, right? That gives you a material buffer on the line so you're never going to run out of doors. And then when the production run is done, right, you just have that AAA contractor just keep making doors for another couple of years. They stamp out like 50,000 more doors, right? You made 100,000 cars that year. You have 50,000 stock of extra doors, and then anytime a dealer needs a new door, you send them a new door. No, Jens, not yet. But yeah, little bit, see, that's industrial engineering, dude. Detroit practically invented this, man. You'd be amazed at how durable presses are. I work in a place that used an old World War I ammo press to make parts. Just had to automate them. That's awesome, Neo. That's super cool, dude. So anyway, this part has a little bit of curvature in it. I'm just gonna see how it kind of goes that way, or no, that way. I just gotta make that straight. And yeah, then we are good to go. There we go. Sweet. Just needed to send it a little bit with the vise. I'm going to clean up the burrs on this piece, but see, now it's nice and straight. Yeah, it's still curved just a smidge at the bottom, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to bench grind this thing out, and then we'll get going. Cool. All right, let's check fitment again. See, now it's still a little bit curved, but it's good. Thing's so curved, if you threw it away, it'd come back. Yeah. All right, let's go to that camera. Yeah, we got to beat the devil out of it a little bit more, guys. It's just not gonna, it's not gonna fit. That's what she said. It's not gonna fit. It's not butting up against the frame wall like I want it to. We just gotta beat the devil out of it. Cool. It's pretty straight. Yeah, hang on. I just gotta reintroduce the bend. I'm just doing some work on the vise. Give me one sec. There we go. Didn't get all of it. Not to my liking. There we go. Nice. It's pretty good. That should be enough to adhere. So we got... Sorry, I didn't change the camera, dudes. So she's nice and flat, but we also got the bend that we need. I'm gonna need to hit it just a little bit more. Problem is, when I go to bend it, this piece bows out, the top piece bows a little bit. But yeah, we're getting close. Stick close. I'm just using the vise to straighten everything out, because every time I bend it, it bows out a little bit, but that's okay. We want these pieces to be as snug as possible. There we go. And Shaw, I guess we're not going to have to worry about galvanic corrosion too much. I scraped most of the steel it off anyway. There we go. Nice and straight. Nice and bent. All right, watch this, dudes. Now watch this drive. Ready? Mint. Pretty damn snug, dudes. It's pretty good. So now we have a backing plate. Now we have something to build up against. So just to recap, I used part of the bumper brackets that had a very similar contour to it to rebuild the back end of the frame rail. We're using 1/8 inch steel backing. This is not going anywhere. You might not be able to get all of the pinholes with this, but so let's tack these in, right? Just give one more check for fitment and stuff. Tack these bad mothers in, and then we should be able to just get rid of all this.
And then we can hammer a new plate to this and call it a day. Yep. Because there's no way we're saving this in the center. We'll blow through for sure. But now that we have the bends on the sides, I could just take a straight strip, right? Bend it up to these rails after they're tacked in. Seam weld it, plug weld it to the rails, or to the 1/8 inch steel, the bumper bracket, and it ain't going nowhere. Any objections, fellas? Yeah. Here, I'll give you guys a little bit of a better angle because it's hard to see exactly what the patchwork looks like from there. Here, I'll just take the camera off. Now, keep in mind, it's not, the fitment isn't going to look exactly right because I'm not holding it in position, but see this? We're going to zip that in place to reinforce, and then we'll make a new plate, cut all this nonsense out, fill in what we can, right? We could fill this stuff in over here once that plate is in, because I have 2 on either side. Look, that's not going nowhere. And we match that contour pretty damn well. Here. There you go, that's a better angle. Can you guys see okay? Yeah, it's not in focus. I got to tilt the camera up so you see more of the car in the foreground of the shot. Is that better? Or do you like rails? So we put rails inside of your rails so you can rail while you rail. All right, dudes. Let's get her done, Mater. Get her done, Mater. All right, how are we going to zap these things in? At least tack them. You know what? I'm looking at it from a slightly different angle. I'm noticing a little bit of fitment problems. Hold on. It's just on the right side piece. Easy fix. I know what I can do. There we go. So I just bent one of those little tabs out because the frame rail gets a little wider right there. Cool. All right. Can you hold it with one hand while the other hand tacks?
I was actually going to ask you if that's okay to do. Is that all right? Can I hold it with my hand? I don't know. You can do that? Yeah? All right, cool. All right, let's get the welder out. Let's get to stepping. So the first thing I'm going to do, dudes, is we'll get the screen right, left hand side of the frame rail. Yeah, I'm noticing just some small stuff that we need to get at with this. I just have to do those same things with that one tab piece that we did. Just bend it out a little bit. There we go. Because the frame rail expands right here, dudes. That's really the big one. There we go. Got it. All right, so we are going to go right through the pinholes right there. I should be able to hold this with gloves on, right? And we should be able to tack through the rust holes. And then once we do, it's going to be in there. And it's going to not really be going anywhere. Ever. Again. Cool. Yeah, I can do that. That's comfortable. Let's get the welder out. But yeah, this is fab work, dudes. Takes a second. You have to kind of go back and forth. Like, is this good? Is it not good? Is it good? Is it not good? You have to measure a freaking 1,000 times. But when it's right, that's right. That's right. All right, let me get my welding jacket on. Hey, get your hands off of my rust holes. Those are my rust holes. Get your hands off of my rust holes. No skin on metal though, gloved and sleeved. Fabrication is 90% refitting, 5% setup, 4% thinking about how to make a part, and 1% welding. I would grind that metal back down where it is of adequate thickness. Oh, she's adequate thickness, Doom. My backing plates are 1/8 inch steel. I made them out of a bumper bracket. We're good. What I'm trying to do is use those backing plates to, well, we're going to get them in place, but I'm going to use it to get the contour. And then we'll go surgical with the cutoff wheel, right? Surgical with the cutoff wheel, cut out all the crap, and that's going to maintain the shape of the frame rail. And then we replate it with 16 gauge. That's what I want to do. It's going to be a lot easier. We can build up weld where we need it, try to save as much of it as we can, because it's just pitting, right? You know I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. Actually, dudes, getting more time on the grinding wheel really taught me how to do a much more detailed edge. You want to cut in a straight line on the grinding with the grinding wheel? You know what you do? Scribe the line in with the grinding wheel and then grind it so the wheel doesn't wander around. If you sit there and you scribe a line perfectly straight and then just cut through that line, it's making a guide for your wheel. I don't know if that was given information, but I never used to do that. Last for a safety tip. What safety tip? What are you talking about? You sit behind a computer all day. Keep a grounding strap close. Grounding strap close, Slykin? Yeah, I already knew that. Thank you. Thank you, though. Good safety tip, Egon. Now go sit behind your computer. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just giving you crap. Yeah, that's how it's done. Rust holes are delicious. They melt in your mouth. It's worth the risk. Okay. All right. We ready to do this, brosivs? Brosivs? Oh, you know what I want to do? Take pictures of this take pictures of the broken frame rail before we do it. We need before and after pictures for the gram. I don't post on Instagram, but maybe we should. Cool. We got all the pictures for the gram, dudes. Until EJ starts taking sponsorships and advertisements on stream, he's not an influencer. I am not beholden to any corporation. I am beholden to you. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. If you got 1,000 Instagrams, you got a kilogram. I'm influencing people to buy a project car and learn a trade skill. Yeah, that is what I'm doing, yes. EJ was hired by Big Welder. He was hired by Big Welder. That's the thing, he's just Big Welder. You're learning trades is cool. Everybody should learn a trade as a backup. I'm serious. Now, you also lost the sink. No, the sink's in my bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me one. Hi. Oh, rust hole. Oh, eye holes are delicious. They melt in your mouth. It's worth the risk. Yeah, get it very nice with those eye holes. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I suppose we could lure Lincoln into a sponsorship. I wouldn't mind getting sponsored by a welding company, guys, because I only see. Here's my thing about sponsorships. I'm always okay with sponsorships. I've always been all right with them this entire time. I want sponsorship from a thing that I use, that I actually use, like the Lincoln. Lincoln welder's been great. The welder's amazing. Your boy sucks at using it, but the welder's fantastic. That welder is great. I really like it. I really like it a lot. It feels good. When you get it right, it's just, yeah. Have you been offered any yet? I get offers for sponsorship from companies with things that I don't use. Like, Factor 5 has approached me before, dudes. I don't use Factor 5. And I don't want to suddenly just take a sponsorship. You know, oh, I've been using this for a long time. No, that's bull crap. The people that know me would know I'm full of crap. No, I'm not taking a sponsorship willy-nilly. Absolutely not. I want sponsorships from products that I use. So if Lincoln sponsored us and sent over a couple of things, I would tell you. If AMD wants to sponsor me and give me some parts, I don't have a problem with that. I would tell you and disclose every sponsorship, absolutely. I've been approached by Raid, sure, yeah. Raid Shadow, every one of the things that you see, just kind of garden variety sponsorships, I've been approached by them all. The problem is I don't use that. I don't play Raid Shadow Legends. So I'm not going to sit here and lecture you for 5 minutes every damn stream on a game that I don't play. I don't think AG1, I don't think I've gotten an AG1 before. This stream brought to you by Ford baseball caps. It's a trucker cap, actually. Okay. All right. But that's my thing. I don't take sponsorships from products that I don't use. Full stop. War Thunder come knocking yet? I don't think so. I'd have to go look. When are you getting that Real Fake Doors sponsorship? Look, won't open. Real Fake Doors. We appreciate that. This makes the stream feel not like plastic. You guys sponsor the stream. You guys support the stream. That's where it ends. I'm open to sponsorship for stuff that I use, period. Full stop. Problem is, I'm not a tech bro. I don't use half of the stuff that they offer. Oh my God, it's still a commercial. Tag Lincoln Electric in a post. They still sponsor you. They would sponsor. Yeah, there you go. But anyway, oh yeah, lecture me. That's my thing. I will not take a sponsorship from a product that I have not used or at least used for the past couple of years. That's it, man. Sorry, that's where that ends. It's my way of staying ethical in this business that's pretty damn shameless. Stream makes it feel like we're actually hanging out. Like I could bump into you in real life and have a beer. That's usually how that works. Your stubborn integrity is refreshing. Hokey, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. When everybody runs that way, I like running that way. No, you guys sponsor the stream. That's it. That's where that ends. Let's get back to work. We're talking too much. Yeah, you won't see merch plugs from me. I do have t-shirts if you want them. I want to make one for this. And I want it to be like the truck shirt, the TRUK shirt, but it just says car with a K, and it's just a picture of this, like a crappily drawn Coronet. I want to do that. That's my idea for Crew Cab Charger merch. What about Keeps? What the frick is that supposed to mean? Do I look like I use Keeps? What the absolute balls, man. Does it look like I use that? That's why I ask. I told you I won't take a sponsorship from something that I haven't already been using. Does it look like I use a balding loss prevention technique thing? No. You should probably start. Frick that, dude. I don't have time. I don't have time for hair. What do you do with hair? What am I gonna do with that? Frick that. I got stuff to weld. It's called Keeps, not Grow. There you go. Dude, the only thing that's going to save this fiasco up here is a hair transplant at this point. It's not great. It looks like World War I up there. It looks like Verdun, okay? It's a battlefield. There's no foliage, okay? Miracle Grow. The only thing that's saving me at this point is a hair transplant. Like that, let's be real. All right, anyway. Now watch this weld. Welders online. Gas is good. Verify flow rate pressure at 10 liters a minute. Square cubic feet an hour is a little bit different, but yeah. Pressure is verified. Range is go. Let's do this. Yeah, believe me. Yeah, we can get hair. I got plenty of hair. It just doesn't grow on my head. It grows on my chest. What the hell were you guys thinking about, you weirdos? All right. So, Flykin, you said grounding strap. That's a good lesson. Thank you for the pro safety tip. So, we need to find a good spot for the grounding strap. And that's the reason why I cleaned up all this stuff.
You know what? You know what, dudes? Let's do it this way. How's that? How about now? How about now? There we go. All right, cool. Now let me bring the welding gun over here. And now it's time for EJ's crappy welding and drawing. You know, my name is EJ, and I like to do drawing badly. Somebody put a damn wheelhouse in the way. It makes this really hard to get at. All right, how are we gonna do this? How do I really want to get this done? Nope. Yeah, right hand up over. Seems to be the trick. Okay. I'm gonna move that grounding strap a little bit away. I don't want my hand touching that. Okay. Of course I hit the light when I brought the welding helmet down. Ready? There we go. Tacked. I gotta get the cutter. That was not pretty. Yeah, whatever. It wasn't a really good weld, but yeah, that'll work. It was just a tack. Yeah, sorry. I noticed the camera was out of range. Sorry, dudes. I think I may have hit the camera with the welding helmet. But yeah, it's there here. It's not a good. Oh my God! Take this stupid welding helmet off. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, I just zipped it a little bit in there. It's not. It's not perfect, but it ain't gonna move. I'm gonna try to get right there next. We can bring the grounding strap closer to us this time. Okay. Or I could just hit the light out of the way, you know. Nah, it blew through a lot. Not anything we weren't expecting, though. Hey, that actually filled it. All right. Cool. Nice. Yeah, see, as predicted, this is pitting. So that means you're dealing with varying metals thicknesses here. So part of it is okay. Part of it is still pretty good. It's just the parts that were the lowest are the parts that burn through. So if I just send the pool down that seam, it blew through a little bit, but it did fill it up. All right. Once again, the plate, the 1/8 inch is just there as a backing plate. So we can rebuild the structure. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. And just as I thought, the bend is good metal. It's blowing out on the side a little bit, but the bend is pretty good. Killer. All right, I'm going to keep going, dudes. Just keep building up the material there. I'm just going to layer weld over weld over weld over weld. It's actually working. Oh my goodness. Something we've done actually works. I finally mended something. Yeah, we're gonna have to build up a lot of material there. It's all right. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Like I said, it ain't nothing to look at. We knew we were going to blow through a good amount of this stuff, but I'm rebuilding it. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. Like, I know these welds are cuckoo for caca puffs, but it's okay. I'm gonna try going up. I've been going down. Let's go up. Oh, I like that a lot better. That is a lot better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Up is a lot nicer. I like that. Oh, dude. Wow, that's way easier. I don't know why I didn't just do that from the start. Call that the learning curve, because, you know, it's curved. Okay, yep, I'll shut up. I'm going to get back to work. So we're not going to have the benefit of doing this on the other side. I'm just trying to fill up these side pieces. We're not going to be able to fill these pinholes over here. This, though, we absolutely can. Yep. Nobody said it would be easy. No, no, no. Oh boy. Yep. I got stuck up against the 1/8 inch, and we didn't have the voltage to arc. Yeah, we didn't have the voltage to arc it, dudes, and it shorted. I tripped a breaker. I'll be right back. I gotta switch it back on. Remember to start your welds on the thicker metal and use the puddle to fuse. Yeah. Oh man, that's completely out of focus. I'm sorry, it's focusing on the background, guys. Is that focusing on the weld better? I mean, guys, like I said, there's not much metal here. This isn't good welds, but I'm gonna up my voltage just a smidge because I don't want it to do that again. I think I leaned on the cord and pulled the camera. There we go. Nice. I know I'm just slathering weld over weld. If you're a good welder and you're looking at this, I know it's crap. I do not have many hours as a welder. So, grinder and paint. You know the idiom, I think is what it's called. Yeah. Nice. I mean, not really, but... See, I wanted to try it this way by building back up weld on the side to rebuild the structure of the frame rail. It's definitely a way to go. It's definitely a way to do it. But now I'm very much understanding why you don't do this. It's a pain in the butt, especially if you suck at welding. It's a lot of work. Fabricating with the amount of work here, you can just fabricate the damn part. No. Shorted. All right, let's get the flap disc out. I tripped the breaker again. This is a cool way to do it though, but yeah, it's also very time consuming. I'm gonna up the wire speed just a little bit, I think, dudes. Try for more continuous sizzle, slower movement. Okay. Yeah, okay. Am I moving too fast? Got it. Got it, got it, got it. I think we should hit this with a flap disc for a second, dude. I don't want to build up too much and then have to spend an ungodly amount of time with the flap disc. Let me get the grinder and the flappy boy disc, and yeah, we'll get it. So I got to grind that back and see how much of the blowout holes we actually filled. Okay. Flap disc is in position. All right, I'm gonna check chat real quick. What are you guys thinking? I mean, like I said, we're only trying to build up material on this side. The other side we're gonna cut out and fix. Clang bang, I'm cutting out the left side, dude. Yeah. So in the picture, the right-hand side had a couple of pinholes. Undoubtedly would blow through the metal, but I have an 1/8" steel backing plate that's bent to the frame rail contour on the inside. I'm just trying to build up material on that side. Think like relativity space. It's just a learning exercise here to learn a way how you don't do it. On the other side, we're not going to have that luxury. I'm not doing that way, right? We can't do that way. What we're going to need to do on the other side is get a plate. So the first thing I'm going to do, on the other side I have another bracket. We're going to put that bracket in. I'll tack the thing in place. And then between the two brackets, we'll cut out all the rot and we'll put another 1/16 inch. I'll make a plate and we'll put the plate on there and then we'll seam weld it into position. So we'll have the two 1/8" steel. The 1/8" steel backing plates are there to kind of hold the structure of the frame rail while we cut out all the crap. Think of it like a cast almost. Audio desync. What the frick is with this thing today? I'll be right back. Test. Do you have a bucket you can rest your arms on? I do. I got a free Harbor Freight bucket from Harbor Freight. Sorry, hydration is key. The Harbor Freight guy. Oh yeah. So yeah, Clang Bang, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, the right-hand side only had a couple of pinholes. So you could see I'm just building up, I'm overlapping the rust just to build up that contour back on that side to make plate fabrication a little bit easier. So I don't have to put these, the bends. I don't have to put the bends on that side of the rail. This side, we're kind of boned. This side over here, we're kind of boned. But over there, we're all right. I want to try to save that curve on the rail. And as long as we have a backing plate, we could go relativity space style, like old relativity space, and just zap in as much as we want. I kind of wanted to do it just to see,
Like nobody to my knowledge fabricates stuff that way. But it is a viable way to do it. But nobody does that way. I wanted to know why. Well, the reason why is that it's time consuming. And the time it takes to do that, you could probably make a bracket quicker. I need my earplugs and my safety glasses. I love it. Wish I was learning this myself. Well, now you know. Think of it like a little exercise in myth busting, okay? Now, where did I put my earplugs? Oh, where have my ear? There. Okay. Okay. Old man moment. Boeing actually started doing that with titanium parts to save materials on the 787. Oh. I think that's a cool way. I think that's a cool way to do it, dude. Just build up the weld. Build up the material. As long as you have a backing plate, you're fine. I think it's pretty cool. All right, what I'm going to do is we're going to flap disc this smooth. And see how much more weld we need to put in here. Not bad. Got to go a little more with the flap disc. How's that? Look at that. We filled up most of it. And now that's good metal. Oh my goodness, it actually worked. That's neat. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Now don't get me wrong, we have a couple of pinholes here and there. We can fill it up and hit it with the wheel again, and then it'll become nice and smooth and it'll look brand new. A little bit more. Cool. All right, back to the welder. Let me get my helmet. Gas on. So now we just got to fill it up with tacks, dude. That's all. That's what we got to do now. Bucket. All right. I can get the bucket. If you want something done, make sure you do it at Hobo Freight. Dude, my YouTube algorithm is just like polluted with Harbor Freight ads. I don't know what your YouTube suggested ads are, chat. Mine is Harbor Freight, Granger, and McMaster Car. I don't know what that says about me. Having steady hands is very important. Well, I come from the first-person shooter gaming world, dude. I got pretty steady hands. All right.
So let's plan this a little bit more. Just tack there, just build up some material, just kind of plug weld it. That edge piece, we're gonna need to put a seam in there. That piece didn't come out right. Hold on. Hang on a minute, Chief. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna need to put a seam in there. No problem. All right, we'll start over here and just zap each one of these. Just give it a quick zap. Cock, we ended up blowing through more metal. I think the end of the plate is there. Okay. All right, just leave that one there for like that for now. I gotta move the bucket just a little bit. I blew through again, I think. No. Ut means. Ut mean. They come here, they no buy, nobody buys. Yeah, the backing plate is still there. It goes all the way up until here, but I gotta reset the breaker again. Guys, I'm doing something wrong, aren't I? When that happens, I'm doing something incorrectly. Why not replace the section with new steel? That looks awfully thin. Is this for science? That's correct, Old Man Torque. This side is. The left side is we're not doing that. This is just to see. It's a learning exercise. I know that this is the wrong way to do this. I'm just kind of humoring myself to see what it's like to rebuild the material. There's an 1/8 inch steel backing plate behind that's shaped to the inner contour of the frame. So basically what I'm doing is I'm blowing right through, right? And we're making a pool, and that pool is the backing plate. We're not penning that 1/8 steel backing plate, but we're making a nice pool on there, and eventually it's finding thicker parts of the frame rail to attach to. And I'm basically just going down, blowing out the bad metal and replacing it with bead. Like, dude, don't do this way. don't do this way. Hey, Space Pope, what's up, man? Yeah. Inch of wire stick out is too far. 3/8 to 1/2 at most. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, like I said, don't do this way. I'm trying to save that left side of the frame rail because let's be real, the right-hand side, left-hand side on the screen is torched. This was still pretty thick, but you could see, you could see where I rebuilt it. But yeah, I'll try to save as much of this as I can, just as a learning exercise. But I have that same 1/8 of an inch backing plate for the other side. I have 2 of them, right? I'm gonna put it in on the other side. We'll plug weld to it, right? Get that thing just in place, and then I'm gonna cut out all the crap, and I'll replace it with good steel. And then I can use the 1/8 inch backing plate to actually hammer the metal to contour the metal correctly, and we can replace everything that we need. And then we got something that's nice and strong. Consider the 1/8 inch plates there. I
I put one in on the left side. Now I'm gonna put one in on the right side. And the reason why I'm doing that is so, once again, we have something to build up against. A more experienced fabricator would just section the frame rail and make a new piece. A more experienced one. You don't get more experience unless you learn the dumb ways to do things. Am I right? That's right. I'm going to bug out for a little bit and check out NSF. Go ahead, Dan. What's NSF up to? See, I ain't afraid to plug other streams. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. NSF streaming, go check it out, brother. I don't care. It don't bother me. If you like the stream, you'll come back. You know? Like, that's how I've always looked at that way. So yeah, go enjoy. Come back later. Or don't. Whatever. It's fine. All right. I'm gonna try to get up in there. We're gonna blow through there, but we'll put new backing material in. I gotta move. I gotta move around. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good call on the bucket. See me. Thank you for all the tips, bro. All right, so we're gonna go here. Then we're just gonna make a bead that goes up. Still moving a little fast. I gotta go slower. Just a little bit. Just a little bit slower. Wait, I don't know. Those ain't the lyrics. Oh, look at that, dudes. Your boy's getting good at this. Your boy is getting good at this. Hey, that's some diamond right there. Nice. Nice. Pretty good, dudes. Those are some pretty good welds. I gotta build up a little bit more material over here. Just get a little tack in there. Little tack in there. Yeah, I didn't like that. That didn't pull how I wanted. No. I think I need more voltage, dudes. I think we keep shorting because I don't have enough voltage. I'm going to turn the voltage up on the welder just a little bit. We'll turn it up a smidge more. And then I got to reset the breaker for the umpteenth freaking time. Dude, some of those welds came out real good. That mean looking black truck is in the Gigabay, huh? Hey Chief, how goes the welding? I'm getting better at it, dude. This is real, you know what? Like, this is the wrong way to do this, but it's really good practice. Nope, not comfortable.
So Chief, what I'm doing is I have a backing plate back here that's matching the contour, and I'm just I'm rebuilding the material. We're going through all over the place, and I'm trying to figure out where the metal is thin, and we're rebuilding it with weld. It's a Mythbusters thing. You really shouldn't do this way, but it's still cool, man. It's still fun. I'm enjoying doing this because it's getting me practice with welding. Like that. Oh, tell me you can see that. That's beautiful. I'm trying to just build up as much material here as possible, dudes. We blew through. Oh, the pool went down. Crap. Yeah, all right, that's gonna be hard to fix. But we have the tools, and we have the tools, not the talent. There we go. Now that weld isn't pretty, but I dragged the pool towards it that way. One more. Okay. Let's get at this with the grinding wheel again, dudes. I'm gonna shut the welder and the gas off. Okay. See, like I said, guys, not the right way to do it, but it is fun. Your amperage might be too high for that small metal thickness. So, Chief, I have an 1/8 inch piece of steel backing plate. I noticed that the old bumper brackets that we were using, dude, the old ones had a contour that pretty much matched the frame, like a certain part of the bumper bracket. So I cut it out. I cut it out. Oh, believe me, we got plenty of voltage. Like, we need more voltage. What I'm trying to do is find a good voltage that's not going to pen the 1/8 inch, right? You don't want to pen the 1/8 inch, but build up material on it. You know what I mean? It's blowing through most of the frame rail, but it's also showing us exactly what needed to be replaced. So what I'm doing, dude, so Chief, it's like an industrial weld on a ship. Now, don't get me wrong, this really isn't, you really wouldn't do this with a MIG welder. On a ship, it would be a stick welder, right? Like on the OLM at Starbase, they were using really high amp stick welders. And what you do is you just layer weld on weld on weld on weld on weld. I'm doing that to rebuild, like additively rebuild the frame rail. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. Screw me. I think that's cool. We're not synced again? Oh my goodness. Blah. Huh. What's wrong with this thing today? Well, a good restart will fix it anyway. Let's get back to it, dudes.
Let's hit this with the grinding wheel and see what we can see. So doing this is just telling me where I need to weld. What I need to weld to still. But we are filling it in. It's working, dude. Alrighty. Let's take a look. There's no material right there. That's the backing plate. Yeah, there's nothing there. But the sidewall we did fix. We're gonna need to really get those pinholes. But like I said, this is a process, and that process it's gonna take a second. We've been filling in up here. So the pinholes, there's a lot more pinholes than there was before. We're just finding all the bad parts of the metal, which is fine. It's okay. And we'll just keep going at it and going at it and going at it. And that'll get us what we're looking for. Down here, we've pretty much rebuilt that part of the frame rail. There's enough weld in there, about 1/16 of an inch of, or 16 gauge steel to basically replace it. See, we just gotta button up a couple pinholes here and there. I'm gonna keep going on the side and then we'll start doing the bottom. All right, let's go. Turn the welder and the gas back on. Now just throw some Bondo and call it a day. Just kidding. Can't count how many times I've seen that done. Bondo. I ain't putting any Bondo on this car when I'm done, Torch. We've officially invested too much labor into this car to do something evil like that. This metal is going to be straight. If it's the last thing I do, Gadget.
I'm gonna get you, Gadget. If it's the last thing I do.
Okay, ready? Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Sweat, baby, sweat, baby. And you do the kind of stuff that only Jack would sing about, to put your hands on my rocket. What? And I bet you'll max Q. Yes, I'm Alex. Yes, I'm Ryan. And they're giving 2 thumbs up. No, it's the NSF version of Bloodhound Gang. I thought it was funny, all right? Now I got Bloodhound Gang stuck in my head. This is your fault. I'm blaming Element. Element's your fault, you jackass. What? I didn't short it out? What do you mean?
Element, that was your fault too. You smelly butthole. You almost got away with it, you smelly butthole. It's weird that you keep blowing through. How old is the breaker? 2 years. Something is funky. I agree, XJ. Maybe we should move the grounding strap a little closer. Yeah, thrust the grounding clamp. Suggest a few minutes between welding to leave the welder on. It will cool itself faster with the fan running. You should also look into your welder's specified duty cycle. Yeah. Okay. Make sure the connection is good and tight. I'll look at the grounding strap, dudes. Yeah, that's all tight. Let's just bring it closer. What else is on the circuit? Nothing. I have it plugged into a circuit by itself. I do have a couple of battery chargers, actually. Hold on. No, I have a couple of battery chargers plugged in on that circuit. What was that? Did you guys hear that? What was that? What was that? Dude, people drive by my house. They see like the Mustang and the pickup trucks and stuff, and they rev when they go past, dude. I'm not even kidding. That happens all the time. Tell me you guys heard that. That was super loud. I have backing plates, Jeff. Dude, it sounded like a top fuel dragster went by. Can you get an outlet closer to the breaker panel on its own circuit? No, not really. I'll unplug everything else from this. Let me just unplug it. Guys, I honestly think it's just the grounding strap, but I unplugged everything from that circuit. That thing is on its own circuit now. Happens with your V6 Premium. People rev up their Civics and pass me all the time. Dude, it happens. It's not 100 feet to the breaker, guys. The garage isn't that big. Maybe I'll turn down the voltage, dudes. We've been turning the voltage up. I'll turn it down a little bit and just keep the feed speed the same, and we'll get at it. I turned down the voltage by a letter. We're on voltage. We're halfway between C and B on the 180i. And then my wire feed speed is 2 right now. There. Built up a ton of material back there now. All right, we just got to get a little bit up at the top there. Nice. Up there, we had a little bit of a blowout. That's okay. Ready? Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Nice. I got to build up some material right there. Okay, got to go a little bit higher on the rail. Just a little pinprick right there. Just a little prick. It's a flu shot. You've been in the coldness of space. It's one thing to affect me. It's definitely another to affect my mini-me. I'm going to get you, Austin Powers. I had them liquidated, chat. They were insolent. Is this thing all new metal yet, or what?
just a little bit up there. Checking again. Looking for pinholes on the side, not on the bottom. There's tons of those on the bottom. You don't need to worry about frame rail rot. All right. I think I see something right there. Just a little tack weld. Right. Okay, grinding wheel again. I'll leave the welder on as advised so it cools off. I'm trying to rebuild the side of the frame rail there just because it's fun and I like doing it. All right, I got the grinding wheel out. Let's go back at it. All right. Still got a little pin prick there, but that's okay. Look at that, dude. How's that? Look at the side of that rail. Nice. We actually rebuilt the stupid thing. We got a couple more little pricks down there in the chat. I mean, hi. I think that's getting to the end of the backing plate. Yeah, the backing plate stops right there. But yeah, we'll find some good metal over here and we'll just build a bead off of it. Look, man, we even around the corner, dude, we've rebuilt it. We can go till about where my fingertip is, and then we're gonna have to stop. But I'll rebuild right to that backing plate. I'm kind of avoiding welding upside down, to be honest with you. Wow, it actually worked. That was sick, dude. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We still have a lot of fustercluck over here to fix, but yep, that's pretty good, man. What do you guys think of that? That's pretty sweet. You know, we'll go at it. I'll go at it with the wire wheel and stuff. Can you give me the welder model? Lincoln 180i. Your welds are looking and sounding much better. Grinder and paint, make the welder I ain't. Look at so the bottom of the frame rail is still roached. Ignore the doubters, it's a way to do it. Sure, look at that. The side of the frame rail is fine. That frame rail is completely, it's structural. It's completely rebuilt. Like, if anything, because it's got an 1/8-inch steel backing plate, it's stronger. That's killer, man. Nice and shiny and in focus. Did you replace the old camera? Yeah, the Vivitar is up on the shelf. I still have it. It's still plugged in. It's just a giant pile of Vivitari schmutz. You know what I'm saying? Looking good, dude. We have 50 amp service. It's 50 amp service out here. It's a 20 amp breaker. Can't see me. Moving the grounding strap seems to have fixed those problems though, dudes. It is a 20 amp. 50 amp main, it's the main breaker for the garage is 50 amp. The lights in the garage, no, the microwave in the garage door are 15. Every other outlet here is 20 amp breaker, 50 amp main. How much more would a 100 or 150 upgrade be monthly? 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 Wait, monthly? What are you talking about? I can get 240 amp service out here. Or not 240, yeah. 200. I can get 200 amp out here, and I could get 240 out here. The lines are already run. The 50 amp main breaker is a double breaker, guys. So in electricity, a double breaker means I could get 240 out here. I have 200 amp going into the house. 200 amp going into the house at 240, and it's split. The breakers, so 240, we have 240 three-phase going into the house. 240 volt three-phase at 200 amps going into the house. And it splits for 110 and 120. But I do have 240 at 200 going into the house, and so I have the service in there for the washing machine and the dryer, right? And the furnace. My box in the garage is split off of my main box. The main box has 200 amp. As long as the wires are good enough out here, and they are, I know they are from the permitting. We can get 200 amp service out here at 240 with three-phase. Right now we're single phase at 50 amps. I think I said that right. Oh, I don't know, Hellfish. I have no idea. Double pull breaker is 220. Yeah, exactly. It's 220, and then to go to the smaller outlets, they split it. They split the damn thing, so it's 240 negative or 240 positive. That's why you have 3 wires going to an outlet, that is a way to do that. It's a way to do that. It's a little strange. Surely it's not three-phase into a domestic property. I can get three-phase. I have three-phase 200 amp going into my house. Yeah. Dude, our medium voltage lines carry three-phase in the US. I'm pretty damn sure. You'd have to, you know what? You'd have to check me on it, Red.
I know I could get three-phase into this garage. I talked to an electrician. I just don't know how to explain it right because I'm not an electrical engineer nor an electrician. How about that, dudes? Sidewall of that frame rail, though, looks pretty mint. Yeah, Red, we have three-phase. Our power lines are three-phase, and you have transformers. So the medium voltage lines, I think they're 4 kilovolts, if I'm remembering right. They're 4 kV, and then there's transformers on the poles that go to your house, and the transformer is a step-down transformer from 4,000 volts to 240, if I'm remembering right. Someone's gonna have to double check me on that one. Yeah, Pony, the welder's plugged into a 110 right now. But that's good enough for what we're doing. I know because it's working. Your welder has a 30% duty cycle. So for example, run for 3 minutes, then give it a 7-minute break. Welders need breaks. That's probably it, can't see me. I have it on right now. Maybe that was it, guys. Maybe we weren't tripping the breaker with power. Maybe the welder was just overheating. I'd love to learn to weld. Methane, it's cool, dude. Welding is cool. Yeah, I really enjoy it. Dude, look. So, Methane, you know how Relativity Space was doing that 3D printing like they were 3D printing tankage by putting welding bead over welding bead? I just repaired the wall of that frame rail doing exactly that. Look at the frame, look at the right-hand side of the wall on the screen. So it'd be the left-hand side on the frame rail. Look at that. There's a little pinhole at the very bottom that I'm gonna need to fix. But yeah, and the bottom is gonna need a new plate. Bottom's gonna need a new plate, but that's fine. Yeah, see? Dude, there was holes all up in here. And we zapped them right out. I just gotta fix that one. The problem is my backing plate ended right here, so we're gonna need to go this way with it. I'm gonna need to build bead off of the backing plate and then try to take the pool that way. Cause we got good metal over here. Let's let the welder chill for a little while though. Yeah, dude, there was like when we started, there was a huge hole right here. There was a huge hole right here. I just laid in bead after bead after bead and then grinded it down. And we rebuilt the frame rail with welding bead. If anything, that's stronger than stamping. The weld is actually physically stronger. I basically 3D printed this part of the frame rail, which is kind of cool. I think that's really neat. That's a super cool thing that you can do. And I even managed to save some of the bend, which I'm pretty happy with. I need to get with the flap wheel. Hold on, there's just a high spot right there. Yeah, see, we blew through again over here. That's gonna need to be plated anyway. It ain't anything we didn't know. I could try to do this pinhole with the welder again. There's not much material there. Yeah, see, can't weld to that. Could always put more backing plate in. I'm trying to save the bend so all we have to do is make a flat plate, but I don't know if we're gonna do it there. We're past the backing plate. Frick. Oh well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Yep. We weren't saving that anyway. You guys want some frame rail? Lick it, I dare you. But now we have the backing plate in there to maintain rigidity while we go and fix this. We should put the other one in. Yeah, dude, we got a good amount of it. That's what I really need to do is just weld up there. It's going to be a complicated weld, but I'm trying to build up material on the backing plate right here. The backing plate is only it's an L, right? It only covers the side and the just part of the bottom. It's just so I have something to put a plate on for the most part. Actually, you know, if anything, we should just grind off some of this crap over here. I think it might be high time to put the other one in. I'm just trying to see where the thickness of the metal builds back up. Yeah, okay, we got a little ways to go. This is all too thin. Pretty much up till about here. That's when the metal gets thick again. So the plate's probably going to go from here to down here somewhere. This metal's thick enough around this hole that's right here. There's an assembly line hole right there. Yeah, before we go any further, I'm going to put the other plate in. It should be like in here somewhere. There it is. There you are. See? I made a backing plate out of bumper bracket. The roached bumper brackets, but this part was actually still good. Ah! Ah! Okay. Oh. Where are my cutters? And I take my cutter back. Chad, you got something to eat up in there? We hungry. Like I said, we hungry. I'm just fitting this while the welder's cooling off. See, we'll zap this in there, repair the wall of the frame on this side, on the other side, right? And then
Now we have a nice surface. We just plate it, cut it here, cut it there, plate it, call it a day. This thing will never, ever rust ever again. It's got there's 1/8 inch behind it. It's never rusting again. I shouldn't say that. It is a Dodge, but you get what you get what I'm getting at. All right, I think the welder should be cooled off by now. I'm just trying to see how I'm going to get at this thing, put it in its place, right? You know what? I don't like that bulge in that piece right there. But then again, the other one is doing that, so, and it really wasn't that big of a problem. Then again, we'll have way less problems filling the bead if that's nice and flat. I'm going to make a little bit of a bend to this part, just a little bit. Oh, I didn't change the cameras. I'm sorry, dudes. Give me 1 second. I'm just finishing this up. Almost got it. I'm just making sure the bend is perfectly flat on the sides, which is a little bit difficult to do, but stupid physics. All right. I'll show you what I just did. So I made the bottom edge. I made sure the bottom edge was basically parallel through the whole bend. See how it flips up a little bit at the back, but yeah, that's the backing plate. All right, anyway, let's go back to work.
I'm just getting everything that I need here.
Yeah, that's good. All right, dudes. You can always open the welder, put a fan at it. Yep.
The welds are looking better, Joji? All right. But will it rust in space?
Probably not, dude. Gloves. Oh, I knew I forgot something. Gloves and steering wheel. Gloves and steering wheel. Okay, move the grounding. I'm going to move the grounding strap to the other rail because we're welding on this side. And then I'm just going to make sure this piece is parallel. Okay. All right, safety squints, chat. Blew through. That was bad. I'm trying to tack it while holding it in place. Let's try doing it up here. There we go. I got it. All right, let's see if we can get the other end. Yep. All right, they're in there. Cool. All right, now I'm gonna move you guys. I'll move that camera. Come on over here.
Okay. I see where you guys can go.
I can get you a good shot from
Over here. Just bear with me, okay?
All right, let me just check the shot. Can you guys see okay? There's already a long form interview with Jared Isaacman post-appointment. Are you going to grind out those jagged edges? Something like that.
Hang on, I got a message. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, sorry, I needed to send out a message. Talking to Adrian. He's doing cool things. Cool. All right. Oh, Space Pup, what did you just send me? Nice. Yeah, all systems, that's not something I'm doing that right now. That's not something that I'm doing right now, okay? If you worry about the brightness, I'm not, Ollie. Can you guys see? If you guys can't see the bead, then I think the camera exposure can adjust for it. View looks good. All right, I'm gonna tilt it up just a smidge. There. Cool. It's good. It's fine. Oh, some of those pieces just fit. They needed some massaging around, but yeah. Okay. Let's do this. So, what I'm gonna do is the same thing that I did to the other side. I'm just gonna start here with a bead and we're gonna work up. I went behind it. I don't think that's set in exactly right, but that means, oh boy, we're gonna have to backfill a lot, at least for the side right here. We got our work cut out for us, chat. This isn't going to be pretty at first, but there's a little bit of, this wall is so thin, guys, that there's a big gap right there. So I just got to go through and just keep filling it. It's all right. It's okay. We'll get it.
One of the welding spikes went down my shirt. Ow! It's burning everything. Oh, that sucked. Oh, that's gonna hurt later. I hate welding upside down. I already hate it. It's so bad. Oh, that hurt. Dude, as I stood up, it went down my shirt and then out. Oh, that sucked. That wasn't fun at all. I think the microphone went with it too. Hold on. Yep, the mic went with it. Sorry, guys. Ow. That freaking hurt, dude. Damn. I'm all right. It went, because I'm welding upside down, it went in the gap between my my welding jacket and my damn shirt. Just gonna make sure that's folded over now so that does not happen again. And also, I'm gonna move a little ways away. Damn, that hurt. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna weld upside, like lying down. I'll just take a knee over here and we'll get at it like this. Be happy you didn't go inside your pants. Yep, yep. Don't apologize to us. You're the one suffering. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Shut up, Kelly. Oh, dude, I seriously burned myself, though. Yeah, I'll take a cold shower when it's time for space news. Got to keep building it up. For some reason, there's a huge gap over here. I don't know why that one came in so bad. It must have moved on me. Dudes. Yeah, I think it did. Well, I mean, too late now. The only thing we can do is just build it up. I'm only trying to build it up on the sides. We'll plate the bottom. I'm not too worried about that. I don't like it that I didn't notice that it moved. It's a rook mistake, dudes. But, well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm just trying to build up as much material as possible over here. That's a lot. We build up a lot of poo-poo there. I'm just piggybacking bead over bead over bead to just get I got to rebuild the metal there, and I'm just doing it with bead, which once again, I know this really isn't the right way to do this, but I want to get the sides done, and then we could just put a plate on the bottom and call it a day. Didn't make a good connection. I've almost got it to good metal, dudes. Almost. I can see it. You can see what you blow through, which is kind of nice. You can see what you blow through and what you don't. I went through. I missed the backing plate. That was my fault. Totally might be.
Oh, 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 this is space. I'm in space.
Who was that? What was that? Hokey gifted a sub. Thank you. I can see you over there. Hey, you over there. Almost. Because it's pitted, you hit good metal and then you hit another pit. But that's okay. That's stuff we should be replacing anyway, so no harm, no foul, dudes.
Oh, 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 this is space.
Again?
I'm in space.
What are you doing? Stuart gifted four. How many? 5? Thank you. I am contorting in a very weird way to see the computer screen. I dragged it a little too far at the end there. I got it to, we found good metal on the side of the frame rail there. That's good. This is good metal up here. It's also really hot. Yeah, right next to that is bad metal, because pitting do be like that. Like I said, this looks like a globule mess. I understand that. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to fill it up with material, and we're adhering very well to that 1/8 inch steel, and the whole frame rail can act like a heat sink here. So, but I mean, you can only sink so much heat because of the heat flux from the steel, but this will work. I'm just layering weld after weld after weld after weld. The problem is I'm not a good welder. No, this is getting me some good experience with doing just seam welding. Looks like something Orcs welded, but it's all right. Grinder and paint makes the welder I ain't, right? I can feel the structure coming back to this frame rail as we speak. I'm pulling the dang thing away too quickly. All right, I'm just gonna finish up top over there, and we're gonna go. Yeah, just cutting this out and sectioning it would have probably been better, but that's what we'll do for the bottom, dudes. I just wanted to build the wall, build the side wall out. Just get that ground down, and then we can hammer to it. I need something to plate to, you know. I'm just trying to get material so we could, when we get the grinding wheel, we could just build it out. Like, my problem is that my backing plate moved, and I didn't notice it because I'm an idiot, or because I'm a novice and still learning. I mean, pick the way you want to say that. But I am getting experience on the welder, and we're getting time on the welder, so that's good. A little bit more. Well, it's definitely better than it was. I think it's time to let the welder cool off for a second and then get the grinding wheel. Move the grounding strap. All right, we'll fill this up here. Just fill up all these with tacks, go over it again, and I think one or two more passes on this, you know, we can get this looking pretty good. Can already start to see the structure reforming. Dude, there was nothing here. We built that frame rail wall down with the backing plate. It just took a lot of material because the backing plate didn't go where I wanted it to. But, you know, for just building the material over and over again, pretty good, dude. All right, I'll let the welder cool off for a second. How does that come out on camera? Come out pretty good? It doesn't it doesn't look that good on camera. Almost there though. The intermittent sounds of welding reminds me of the pit droids welding on the pod racer in episode 1. Yeah, right? Looking okay, more grinder and more paint. I really gotta words. Yeah, I need more. Have a little bit of H2O. Take a break and have a sip of water. Yeah, you got to have H2O.
Gatorade. Gatorade not only quenches your thirst better, it tastes better too, idiot. This is good practice, guys. Once again, you really shouldn't do this way. It's better to seam weld the plate. Like this, I'm adding the metal back in with the welder rather than just cutting out plate stock and adding it back that way and then using the welder to zing it together. Do the flames on the helmet make you weld faster? Oh, well, no. The flames on the helmet add 10 horsepower, dude. Yeah. Actually, these were fogging up. I don't want these on when we do this, nor do I need hearing protection. We need that for the grinding wheel, actually. Actually, yeah, it'd be better to just leave them there. How's your spool of welding wire holding up? Oh, I don't know. I haven't checked. Be able to check now. How much spool do I have? Maybe a third of a roll left. Probably less. I don't know if I have another spool. I'm gonna have to get another one. We have enough to finish the jobs for today, though. There's no replacement for displacement, Minusian, right? Honestly, after watching this, welding feels a little dirtier, like more chaotic soldering. Yeah, off topic. Are we doing MSC later tonight? Yep. These gloves are doing all right. Dude, that whatever that was, that bit of slag went down here and I felt it go all the way down. It's gonna look like somebody cracked the whip. Dude, I have a burn that goes all the way this way. It's great. That's not good. Free tattoo. Hey, battle scar, man. We're in a fight. We're in a fight against iron oxide, Sea Kraken. You'll know when your bulldozer gets to Mars. We're in a fight against the Kraken. Yeah, you have to offer some of you up to the car. Like, I've given a little bit of blood. Got a couple of nicks on my knuckles. Now we got a burn mark. I offered some, burn mark. Now we're good. It's all aluminum besides the axles, which are stainless. Yeah, you're not ready for the rust to get everywhere inside of that thing, though. Like what's going on now. All right, I'm getting back to it, dudes. I want to finish this, and we are running out of time. What time is it? 3:30. You like Mike Rowe, don't you? Mike Rowe's pretty cool. I like Dirty Jobs, and I like how he talks about trades and stuff, dude. Some of the stuff he said as of yet is a little strange, but I mean, I don't know. I think trades are useful. Guys, like, even if you're in tech or something right now, picking up a trade in the background, oh man, you're never not going to make money. It's not like we don't need more electricians, plumbers, not engineers, electricians, plumbers, welders. Dude, if you can weld good, you're always going to have a job. No matter how we go about it, people aren't going to not want to need to fuse metal together. You know what I mean? Yeah, everybody should pick up a trade on the side. Why do you think I'm doing it, dude? If the streaming thing doesn't work out, you know, if I practice enough on this thing, maybe I get good at this, dude. You can get paid if you weld. You get paid very handsomely. Carpenters, roofers, make tons of money. Roofing is not too hard. What makes roofing difficult is that it's on top of a damn roof. No shortage of metal and plumbing. Everybody has a toilet. Oh, dude, I know a guy that makes money off of just replacing toilets. Like, that's his job. Hey, my toilet's broken. All right, $100 to replace it. Okay, click. $100 5 minutes later. Do that. You do that 8 or 9 times during the day. It's a pretty damn good paycheck. I'd be wearing a respirator doing that, though. 2 nuts and a wax ring, dude. Easy peasy. And unhook the water line. I mean, unless you want to go swimming. Yeah, toilets aren't too bad. You just make sure you shut off the water. Shut off the water, drain the toilet. Yeah, the toilet really doesn't smell too good past the trap. I know from experience, dude, if you know what I mean. No, you don't. You fix other people's stuff every day. I'd be wearing a gas mask, Anikin. I love refrigerators. Dude, fixing fridges. People are always going to need that. I'm just saying. Just saying. All right, back to work. Let's go. HVAC guys make a lot of money. My brother-in-law's an HVAC guy. He rakes in money. HVAC is cool. It's like playing Stationeers in real life. I'm serious. It's all thermodynamics, dude. Like, if you really enjoy thermo, picking up HVAC on the side, pretty good. HVAC courses, they'll pay you to go there. All right. I'm gonna start filling up the pinholes, dudes, up in here, and then we'll go. Start right here. There was a little crack there. All right, the rest of these can just be tack welds. I should have went a little further on that one. Like that. Just fill up a couple more of these pinholes here. Too far away. I left too much material. Guys, I'm in this weird habit of pulling the thing away before the weld finishes, so that's why I always end up with a lot of extra seamage here. Are we on the right camera? Hold on. Did I switch it back? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I need to see this a little bit better.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're kind of good over here. I'm going to need to build up a little bit more. I'm just filling in pinholes, guys. That's why it's just I'm sporadic all over the place. I'm just trying to build up all the material in here so when we plate this, we have some nice material to get to. Yeah, the pool started to fall. That's why I stopped. It started to fall. I don't need it to fall on me. That would suck. I don't like how it stopped sizzling there for a second, but just buttoning up a couple more pinholes back here. I got it. I got to good metal. Sweet. Okay. Let's get the grinding wheel out, let the welder cool off for a second. How's that, dudes? Definitely getting there. Yeah, couple pinholes over there, and that's about it. But dude, this frame rail was gone basically up to here. I mean, it was gone. We've added all that material back in. Pretty cool. Let me see if I can get at the bottom. Once again, this is not really the right way to do this, but this is cool, so. Just need to get at it from a slightly different angle. Just, I got to fill in over here, a couple of pinholes right there. Once we see where this, the spot where I polished, that's where the plate's going to end up, dudes. That's where we're going to get at this with the plate. And then I'll just section off a piece here, section off a piece here, 16 gauge steel, hammer it into position, call it a day. We have an hour. Let's get it done. So the first thing I'm gonna do with getting back on the welder is just patch up these holes here. Okay, now there's just some on the sides here. Just gonna have to zip in a little bit right here. Cool. Just a little smudge right here. Okay, a little bit of schmutz up here. Oh, I blew through right at the end. That's okay. It's okay. Just build up enough material back in there. Just a little spot that needs to be patched over here. Blew through. It's okay. Ow! Man. Just add another blow through, but that's all right. Yeah, I held it too long. See, it started to create slag. It almost dropped. It started dripping. I got it too hot. That was my fault. We got way too hot there. But I did patch up that hole. There's just a little bit of a crack on the top there. I blew through again. Man, Yeah, this is why you don't do this. This is why you just replace the damn metal, because you're just gonna you're playing cat and mouse with this all day. But at least we know. There we go. I built up enough there. Okay. Right here. I don't like how flashy that got. I stopped that one. Okay, now we got a weld on our back, which, yeah, all right. There's no way, there's no getting around it. See this grind mark here, I got to build out the material to that. Once we do, then we can stop and then just make the plate and go. Or we could just make the plate right now, clean this all up, zip the sides off, and then seam weld it. Now let's keep going here. I'm just trying to build up the material so we can make a nice curve. There's not a lot to build off of, but that's okay. Couple more spots here, here, and here, and we're good. I think I need to up my wire speed. Wire speed is too low. I really need to build that material up in there. I just moved it up probably about 5 degrees on the knob, just a little bit faster. There we go. Much better. Just a little bit more here. I hate welding upside down. Yeah, I see why people don't like this. This isn't fun. This is no longer very cash money. It's really difficult to get the pool to go uphill like that. It's really, really hard. I think I got a good idea. If I go at it from the side, it's a little bit easier to get it to pool. Just got it. Oops. Moving too quickly, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna lay a couple more crappy popcorns over here and call it a day. Bro, this is hard, man. Like, all of the stuff that I learned, like doing this and this and this and this, is going out the door right now. Like, I reverted back to crappy popcorn welds because this is so tough. All right. Maybe a little bit more right here. I'm just trying to build up material, so we can go. All right, I'll give the welder a break here. We'll get the grinding wheel back. I don't think I built up enough, but hello? Oh, who's here? Oh, hey man. Yo, give me a second. I'm live on stream right now. Yeah, dude. Give me a couple minutes. Let me just finish what I'm up to in here, and then I'll show you. That's my neighbor. My other neighbor. We are rebuilding our frame rails, head boy. I need to go at this more with the welder again, dudes. All right. How does that look? Probably looks like poop. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. That's right. It goes in the poop hole. Yeah, I gotta go a little bit more with this thing, but I'd prefer to just layer in all this stuff in there. How are you guys doing? Good? Bad? Ugly? I gotta change position. Give me one sec. Dude, it's so hard to get the pool to move. I'm trying to drag it and it really doesn't work. So next time I get up, maybe you guys can tee up some tips on how to not suck ass at welding upside down, or is it just difficult? I don't know. Well, because if you try to build up the pool too much, right? You build it up too much, it'll drop. And if it drops, it'll, yeah, hit you. And I do not want that to happen. Okay. Let me just get a couple more pinholes here. All right. Okay. Ow. Let's hit it with a grinding wheel one more time, and then we go. Then I'm gonna pop up and chat. Considering there was nothing there, guys, I'd say we've done something. There. Got to do a little bit more patching over here, and then just a couple of divots here and there. How's that, dudes? How about now? Keep the okay, looks like your wire speed is fine, but you probably need to do a Z pattern and slow down how fast you move the nozzle. Okay, Dean. Thank you. To weld horizontally underneath, aim the puddle slightly upwards and incline the electrode about 10 degrees in the direction of travel. Okay. Overhead welding, from what I've seen, is a real pain in the butt. That sucks, man. It sucks. Dude, you're constant, like, slag is constantly coming at you. That's why it's not fun. And just from a technical perspective, it's tough to keep the pool. It's tough to keep the pool going in that direction. That's really difficult. Use the wire brush before adding metal to a clean... Oh, yeah. Frick, I forgot a step. God, why do I suck at this? Yeah, because that we weren't getting... Yeah, I noticed it was going... towards the end. I have my stupid brush right here. I'm an idiot. When starting your weld, always keep the wire about 1/8 of an inch away. If you feel the wire pushing your hand away, you're basically putting cold metal into the welding pool, causing an incomplete bond. Yep. I'll throw this down there for when we keep going. I'm still learning. Yep. But dude, look at that. I've rebuilt both the walls of this thing. You ever burned your eyes welding? No, not with the mask, no. And I'm betting it's time to clean the spatter out of the nozzle. Yeah, maybe. Dude, that ain't bad at all. Seeing if my neighbor's still here. Did he bugger off, I think? Yeah, I think so. My neighbor Charlie came over. Charlie's not the neighbor I get crap faced with. He's the guy I bought the Ram from. Guy that lives down the street from me. He's a good dude. He watches Cleater, so we're friends. Everyone has gone through these steps with welding. Yep. But dude, the wall of that frame rail is pretty good. Do you have a bad neighbor? I have one bad neighbor that I've only said one word to ever. Or, well, actually, Brimo had one word spoken to her. That's the guy that's only the jerk. Other than that, everybody else is cool, man. All my neighbors are cool. I live in a pretty sweet neighborhood. You know why we all get along? Because we're all normal people. Maybe except for me. I mean, well, at least I got everybody fooled. Tap the trigger and less spatter. Okay. The work looks really good. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, dudes. Thank you. Look at that. We rebuilt that damn frame rail. Look at it. I mean, I got to plate it. Now I got to get in with the grinder, or with the angle grinder, and then I'm just going to zap away any porous metal. You see Cletus getting into the truck series. I haven't seen that, Mike. That's cool, though. Yeah. Guys, if you're just coming in and you haven't seen this, so I'm just going to point at it with this rod. So the frame rail was gone pretty much here
from here down. Like all this, I just layered weld after weld and rebuilt it. I know it's not the right way to do it. Yeah, there are still some pinholes, Seacracken. I see one. Yeah, I saw it. But I just put a really big backing plate back there and then sent it, which is pretty cool. If it works, it's the right way. Well, that frame rail ain't porous no more. Not there, at least. It's probably one of the strongest parts of the rail at this point. And then it's bonded to that 1/8 inch plate. You need to push when welding underneath or uphill, though. Okay. Okay, man. Yeah. I think I scared my neighbor away I think I scared Charlie away when I said I was live. I think I scared him away. Oops. Hey, Paul. Thanks, man. We did the backing plates, dude. I did the backing plate, and dude, I used the old bumper brackets because they had an L piece that was pretty much the bend of the frame rail. You could see it back there. It's behind all that welding bead. And yeah, I cut the bumper bracket. I cut the pieces out of the bumper bracket and go from there. They know about the stream. All my neighbors know about the stream at this point. I slow rolled it. But yeah, they all know. Push when welding uphill. Yeah, I was kind of, if this is the frame rail, I was moving laterally and then trying to kind of go back and forth and move the pool. But yeah, pushing up makes way more sense. Thank you. Thank you for the tips, dudes. Because yeah, that's not fun. Welding upside down sucks. It's really, 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 really annoying. Yeah, everybody said it sucked, so I just tried it, and oh, believe me, oh, it sucks. What type of welding do they use on Starship's exterior? So Daggerson, they're using tip and TIG welding, mostly TIG. The reason why is because stainless steel is extremely conductive of heat, and if you tried to weld it with the MIG welder, it would warp. It would warp really bad. That's kind of why Mark I, if you cast your mind back to Mark I back in the day, it's a warped piece of crap because they MIG welded it. It looks all like wobbly and stuff because all the stainless absorbed too much heat. That's why they switched. I remember Elon saying in like 2019 they switched to tip and TIG. Yep. See, with mild steel is more conductive of heat and it has higher what's called heat flux. We're getting into material science here. So the type of mild steel that I'm using, or the type of mild steel that most cars are made out of, or the type of steel that most cars are made out of is mild, right? Mild, non-galvanized, so it's just steel. So it's iron and carbon, basically. And with that, you get good heat flux because of the iron. Iron is very good at absorbing and tanking heat. Not only can iron absorb a lot of heat, but it can spread it out. That's why most engines are made out of cast iron, even today, or at least cast iron sleeved. When you're using stainless is an alloy, so there's a bunch of metals in there that are very conductive of heat, but don't really move it around very much, right? So the flux is low, so it warps. I thought Mark I Starship was on the wobble pops. It was, dude, for sure. Oh man, that was a lot of work. I wanted to see if we could additively replace the frame rail, and we do. Dude, we actually got pretty good at it. Hey, Klavic, I'll be dipped. 7 years, just got a very old ticket fee waived, so it's a fantastic day. All right. TIG for stainless. Amazing how they have that automated these days. Yep. Mm-hmm. Dude, that was a lot of work. Okay, I got 15 minutes. Let's just clean this up. I got 15 minutes before we need to pipe it down for space news. We got to do a space news today. We have the summer car, space news summer car special. For the welder and the grinder, the world is endless. It really is, dude. It's pretty cool. And that frame rail, I'll bet you that frame rail is more solid than the other one. It's probably more solid than a stock frame rail at this point, even with a big hole in it. Yeah, that's definitely strong. All right, let's get in there. I'm just gonna zap up a couple of pinholes again. Like that one. Got to clean up a little bit down here. So 10 degrees and push. Slag just fell. Screw that. I'm going to play, well, I got to build down. Hang on. I was going to say I'll just plate it, but we got to build down. Something's wrong. We hit the end of the backing plate. Frick balls. There's a couple more pinholes up here. Yeah, we're getting in, it's getting a little messy down here. I think I'll just make the plate go all the way down here, and we'll include the hole. All right, let's finish this up with the cutting wheel. I'm gonna undo the welder. I'm gonna get it all cleaned up, get the cutting wheel in here, and then go. There's no backing plate back there, so whatever we try to go to is just gonna pop. It's just going to blow through even more. So now is the time to plate it. I'm going to let the welder go, but I'm going to close the gas for now. Did he brush it? A little bit. I blew through at the bottom there. Okay, so I'm gonna get the cutting wheel, and we're gonna zap. I'm gonna zap out the rest of the bad metal, and then we'll measure a new piece. I mean, this is what we should have done in the first place, but I enjoyed doing that way. That was cool. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get in there. How hot is it there? It's 85 out right now. It's pretty damn hot. We're gonna section out the bad part of the frame. Yeah, there ain't much metal there. All right, now I just got to get at the top piece here. Nope. Nope. I don't like sparks in my face, dude. I really don't. It's pretty uncool. Ow! That was my knee. Come on. Come on. Get out of there. All right. Sucks that it blew out over here a little bit and over there, but it's okay. All right, now we just got to get into the weld here. I'm just trying to give, well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I need some of this flange there, so I got a little crazy with the welds here, but I gotta get rid of some so I have a flange to put the plate.
should do the same to the other side, but that's okay. It's still solid. We won't blow through that. Cool. The next step here, guys, is just make the plate. We're gonna have to do that tomorrow. I'll do the rest of that with the flap disc. Once we get the plate in here, then I can build up on the sides. We got something to build up to. You know, we got let those tacks do their thing. And then this frame rail is solid. Yeah, we'll clean it up and clean up the rest of it, paint it, make it look nice. All right. I'm just gonna leave all this stuff right here. I'll leave that camera right here tonight. Should be time to take a break. And time for space news, baby. I'm trying to make that gap in there nice and square. So we can cut just a nice square plate, put the square plate in, seam weld it to the sides that we just built up, right? So right now the frame rail looks like this, right? We put the plate in there, weld it all together. Fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. Is the weld strong enough that you could build a car frame solely from weld wire? Weld wire is actually stronger. Yeah, the weld wire is stronger. Yep. Oh God, another channel infected with combo stuff. Dude, I have no idea what that is. Good work today? Yeah, can you imagine 3D printed frame rails? That'd be kind of cool. I mean, that's basically what we just did, dudes. All right. I'm just gonna leave the welder on for now. Is that camera off? Nope. Okay, there it is. I'm just shutting that camera off down there. I'll leave the Vivitar camera on so we don't have to worry about this stupid options popping up again. Sun's out, guns out, boys. Look at this farmer's tan. You never seen a farmer's tan like that, bruh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that farmer's tan, dude, yeah. I'm about to cut the sleeves on this shirt, you know. You got 2 tickets to the gun show. I got Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary here. Let's go, you wanna throw down fisticuffs? All right, dudes. Well, good work. I'm gonna shut the garage door for now. Oh wow, it's hot out. It's nice. It's actually cooler in the garage. Holy crap. FDMing whole ships, dude. Yeah, Aqualex, can you imagine?
if you like 3D printed like an entire aircraft carrier, like the gantry crane, just the gantry crane overhead, like instead of the gantry crane, it's just a freaking 3D printer. That'd be actually super sick. You turn the entire dry dock into a 3D, dude. Yo, let's make some money, man. Let's make some money. You and me, actually, it's your idea. You should make some money. Love these garage car work streams. Appreciate you streaming this. Are you MIG welding it? I am, Hossman, yeah. I got a Lincoln 180i and I'm using 7525 argon. 7525 argon CO2, excuse me. I am a novice. I'm not good at this, but I'm getting there. Aqua Bucks, that's right. All right, dudes. Well, that's going to do it for part 21. Part 21. Tomorrow morning, back at 9 again, we'll put that final plate in there, seal this son of a gun up, and then it's leaf spring perch, back to building out the rest of the rear frame rails, and hopefully the stretch goal by the end of the week would get that cross member in. Would be to get that cross member in.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Balxy, 55-month resub. Thank you. When trunk pan. So, overall, what do we need to do? What do we still need to do? I need to finish fixing that frame rail. I need to put the the driver's side rear leaf spring perch in. Okay? So frame rail, leaf spring perch, frame rail extensions. Then we need to go back over to this frame rail over here. I have to do what's called the ears and the tabs on that. With the amount of welding we just did, I should be good. Oh yeah, I got burned. Oh yeah, I got burned. Broke the skin. See it right there? Yeah, it went right through in there. I don't know if you guys can see that. See the two marks? Yeah, we got burned. You should try TIG. Let's get good at this first. You guys will be on Space News in a bit. Yeah, so, okay, you asked when truck pan. Frame rail, relief spring perch, frame rail extension, frame rail tabs, and then, yeah, just got to do all the tabs on the very end. So we have that, we have the extension, we have the tabs. I have to rebuild a little bit of a flange over there, and then the structure is built back into this car. After that, we put the rear cross member on. Once the rear cross member is on, Dean, then the pan. Then we got to start drilling holes. We got to start drilling holes, and we got to start aligning. I think we'll do the trunk pan next week, most likely. But yeah, remember, dudes, remember what I told you. This is the hardest part. This is the hardest part of the car. This is the toughest bit. Well, I don't know if this is definitely one of the more difficult things. We're getting a lot of work done doing this. Once the trunk pan is back in and the rear cross member is back on, we can do the trunk extensions left and right. We do the cross member extensions left and right. And then you guys already tipped enough money yesterday to buy new quarters, but I'm not going to do the new quarter panels in there. We're not going to do, I got a wedgie again, sorry. It's from sitting down under there. We're not going to do the quarter panels until we get the rear fascia back on, at least partially, at least tacked back into place. I don't want to cut any more structure out of this, right? So frame rail, leaf spring perch, frame rail extension over here. I already did the extension over there. Tabs, ears, rear cross member extensions, trunk pan. Actually, we don't need to do the cross member extensions. Once that's it, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, we should do the rear cross member, then the extensions. I also have to do the gas tank strap cross member, and then we have to weld the new gas tank strap panels onto the trunk pan. And then it'd probably do us right before we put the trunk pan in to repair our spare tire mount. I have the spare tire mount that I got out of the car originally. The flanges are shot. We have to replace the flanges. But we can mount that back in the trunk, clean this thing up, mount that sucker back in there. Pan in, weld that whole damn thing. Actually, guys, I don't even know if I want to burn the trunk pan in before we do the extensions or anything. I think once we weld the rear crossmember in, then it's just going to be a lot of fitting. And then, once that rear crossmember is in, I'll probably want to work on the rear fascia, the back of the car. That needs some repair. That's probably what we'll do after that, after the crossmember, but before the trunk pan. Make sure the rear fascia fits up, fit the trunk pan 1,000 freaking times, fit the rear fascia 1,000 freaking times. We got to burn this drip rail in over here. I replaced it. We got to burn the new one in. The rear fascia is going to be a lot of patching, but it's thinner sheet metal, so I should be able to, hopefully I'm good at welding by then. What make and model car from this is this? So, Shell, this is a 1969 Dodge Coronet 500. The name of this project is the Crew Cab Charger. The reason why is that this 69 Coronet, despite being a sedan, is on the exact same chassis as a 69 Charger. It's the same thing. Has the exact same underpinnings. So, I couldn't afford a Charger. I couldn't afford a 69 Charger. I want one, but I couldn't afford it. So I bought this instead. It's crew cab. Got 4 doors. It's crew cab pickup truck. Crew cab Charger. All right. So yeah, that's what I'm working on, dudes. It's good stuff. It's fun. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Thank you. Very nice. Yeah, no problem, Shelco. Thanks for asking. So yeah, that's what we got to do. All right, guys. Anyway, stand by for loss of signal. I hope you enjoyed this. This was fun. I enjoyed trying to 3D print frame rails. That was pretty cool with a welding gun. It was a little difficult, but it was fun. That was cool. So stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected. I'm going to take about a 30-minute break, give or take. I got to go shower. I don't want to screw up my nice office. I'm just gonna go grab some food, take a shower, come back out here. Then we talk about space. We got the Eric Johnson Space and Rocket Review coming up in about 30 minutes. It is a segment of the stream where we talk about what's going on with the space flight industry. And yeah, it's pretty good. And then after that, after space news, we got my summer car. So Wednesday is my summer car combo. The summer car cold cut combo. I eat one before I play to make it big and strong. Hey, Happy, can I get one of those? Coming right up. So no, we have the summer car combo where I work on my summer project here. We have space news, and then we play my summer car. I see there's a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out, and it looks awesome. Anyway. Stand by for loss of signal. I'll see you guys in about 30 on YouTube. You're going to see a loss of signal on Twitch. Just stay here and enjoy the space tunes. I'll be back in 30 minutes.